Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to a Sunday morning edition of Teen Justice Academy. I think we're calling this one Past Perfect because, they're in the past and it's perfect. Uh, or maybe it will be. Maybe it won't be. We'll find out this time. This is Massive Generation. It's teenage superhero, angsty nonsense. And everyone loves time travel and causality paradoxes and stuff like that. So that's all we're doing from now on. Every issue is more weird. Next time it's the multiverse. Wait, we've already done that one. Never mind. Hey, let's introduce ourselves and say just a few words about your character. Not so much like your whole character, because there's no way anyone's going to get all that. They have to go back and watch it. Good news, it's all on YouTube. But like what your character's up to at the moment, both like physically and how they're feeling based on the events of the past couple of episodes. So let's start with SJ.
Oh, I'm SJ or SJ underscore sidekick. I am playing Deadlock, formerly Impasse. So powers are power mimicry. Currently, she just was trapped in her younger self body, but in a different past where she had her parents and younger sister still. So she's a little confused and not sure how to feel about it. Found out that her dad had worked for Impact, her former mentor, and that's how the accident happened that caused her to get her powers somehow. So yeah, now they're at the circus and back to maybe setting things on track, but who knows if that is what she wants.
Yeah.
Cool. So.
Hi, I'm the original Zodi. I play Fade. She's the expert time traveler, kinda, sorta, but things got a little messy. You'll have to look back in other things to fully understand. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea where Fade is. I have no idea what Fade is doing. She's just there for the ride at the moment while the player catches up, because it's been hell the last 2 weeks. So I'm gonna toss it over to Rachie, and y'all don't need to worry about me.
Hi, am I muted or am I not muted?
You're good.
Okay, cool. I always forget what I pressed. I'm Rachie H. I'm playing Resonance or Lala or Isla, and we've dealt with all my stuff, so my timeline should be back on track, hopefully. But now we're dealing with other people's timelines, and the last thing that happened was a dude appeared that we fought before, and then he looked at me and I was like, hey, and he said, you, and I was like, yes. And that's where we are, that I'm currently locked eyes with a baddie, and don't know how I feel about that, really.
Well, how does Resonance feel about giving up fame, a different type of fame? Like, because in your alternate reality, you were an Oscar-winning actress. And
I mean, I think
who had a fantastic relationship with your mother as well.
Yeah, I guess over the course of the journey, I think because obviously there's been a lot of times recently where in the end session questions, I felt that Resonance has grown into herself, her own image. So I personally think that what it is with Resonance is she lived her life as a product of other people's decisions, and then has just started to, since like attending the Parasol Academy and kind of, I guess, meeting this group and all that lot, and questioning her identity, where she sits with the group and the group's identity, is like she started to find who she is and be comfortable with that, and realize that she is a significant part in other people's lives. And so although being an Oscar winner and all that lot might have been a happier life for her individually, it sounds a bit corny, but like, what's the measure of being a true hero is kind of giving up your own maybe happiness for the greater good of other people. Because say, for example, I hadn't been part of this team, would we have defeated the swarm? You know, would we have done some of the things? Because I feel like all of us have played an integral part in every battle that we've faced, or every foe that we've faced. So I think although it may have been a more happy existence for her individually, I think she feels that she makes more of a worldly impact in the role that she's in, rather than as an Oscar-winning actress.
Well, from your mouth to Deadlock's ears. So, hey, thanks for that. Misha.
Hi, I'm Misha _less_3 here on Twitch, or at Misha Weha on Twitter or Tumblr. I'm playing Tilly or Tilder, who is a robot with the newborn playbook. She's handling this very well. You can easily calculate the billion, trillion different possibilities of changing the timeline and narrow it down to like the nearest million options or so about how this is working. Of concern probably is the time that they went into space and she shielded everyone, and then some weird alien technology bounced away. And perhaps she's going to put together that was, in fact, the alien technology that crashed and was the basis for like all of her discovery and all the research that Lytech did. But listen, they have more important things to worry about right now. It's that guy they sent back in time, I guess, accidentally, Fade. So that seems to be a root cause of a lot of the problems we were seeing in the future.
Whoops.
So that probably changed everybody's whole situation to begin with. So we'll just deal with him, and then that just said everything correctly. Probably, definitely, the alien thing probably doesn't count for this.
All right. Hello, I am 90 Double over Tough and some of the Ready nickname, also Ready Streamer on Twitch. I am playing Spectre, who is the child of known villain Violet Scepter and known hero Impact. I almost said Impasse. And yeah, she's starting to get a little bit concerned about the fact that her parents aren't together and that she doesn't exist in the current timeline. So, would like...
Does make wigs.
Yeah, which is great. So happy for her. I would like to be alive. Mom, I know you love your wigs, but please love me more than the wigs. So yeah, just kind of mind racing, hoping that we're able to get Violet and Impact here to assist us, and then hopefully fix their relationship, because we're waiting this.
Excellent. Well, so last time you were at the circus, it was to stop the fear monster that was threatening to spread and consume the world by feeding on, by engendering and then feeding on negative emotions. It was clear that somehow it had absorbed powers, or more precisely, powers had been given up that it then picked up somehow, enabling it to manifest itself in a way that it wasn't able to before. And it had been biding its time. And then you conquered it. And then, yes, Fate had a little event, a little moment, and went kaboom. And that sent the primary kind of focus of this creature's manifestation back in time. And the last we saw of that episode was, oh, you're here. We're going to do it right this time. Like, he remembers how things went and has plans on how to do things differently this time. And you find yourself back at exactly that point after some other shenanigans. And he very clearly recognizes Resonance because Resonance spoke to him. And it was actually pretty nice. In the future, but also the past. You know, time travel. So yeah, that is what happens. He appears. You see a moment of him. It's almost like a superimposed image of the kind of older, sad him and the younger him, like resolve in just like a little bit of like, I think two images, they just like sync back together and then resolve into one. And then he feels himself, oh, you're here. We're going to do it right this time. But then he looks up more in surprise than like hatred, and looks up at Resonance and says, you, what happens?
He's weak. Get him.
I go.
Okay.
Hello.
Deadlock is
He tells
running
what
over to
happened.
tackle him.
I'm running with Deadlock to tackle him.
Yeah.
I'm also going to tackle him because it's funny if all of us go.
Okay, fine.
I'm just waving.
What?
Tilly, don't
Gonna
forget
join
your
in
shield trick.
on the dog
Keep that
pile,
thing up.
you know, when in Rome.
I think everyone should directly engage a threat.
Including me. I'm just waving.
Well, I mean, everyone who's directly engaging a threat should directly engage a threat.
Ooh,
7.
Oh boy.
yeah. That's I got an 11.
All right.
Where am I?
I'm pretty sure I don't really recognize this guy. I'm just doing this because Deadlock's
I got a 5.
Oh no.
Oh,
I got
no,
an 8.
Tilly.
Okay.
I love
Cool.
it. We've got like high, middle, low.
And I
I'm
expect Nick
getting
is
there.
with me, also going to attack this guy.
I mean, this is totally fine.
I got a 9. This is going swimmingly.
Look at his legs.
So Fade, you're rushing in to attack as well. Great.
Yeah, when
Uh,
in Rome.
Great.
Use your
So
powers.
on a hit, pick 1. On a 10 plus, pick 2. Resonance is like just waving, and there's a reason why Tilly doesn't succeed, aside from the fact that she's not very dangerous.
I want to create an opportunity for your allies,
Okay.
and because I'm gonna wrap around his legs. That way, when Spectre comes in,
Yeah.
give them full force.
Yeah.
I'm
Cool.
gonna impress, surprise, or frighten the opposite.
Yes. Sure.
I will resist or avoid their blows and
Take something from them. They're balanced.
yeah, say like maybe create another opportunity for allies. Like Deadlock's got the legs, I come in, blam, punch, go behind, grab him, and hold him for a second.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Tilly comes in after and just slams into all of us.
Well,
We had him.
Tilly has advanced sensory capabilities and, you know, like quantum computing tactical simulations that are running at all time. And Tilly, as you are charging in to also attack this man, realize this is just a dude. So 3 of your party just wreck this normal guy.
Dog pile.
Grab his legs,
We're
knock him over, pat him.
superheroes.
Yeah, and he's out. I mean,
Oh.
yeah, oh yeah, for sure. 3 superheroes coordinated attack against normal dude. He is out. He needs medical attention.
I feel like you're saying
Oh,
normal in quotes.
No, he went into a regular. It was just like Deadlock becoming younger self.
And he was
he's just
always a regular
person.
dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah, but he's the host.
wait, who is this guy?
So now I'm like,
No, I know. I player know who it is.
Okay.
Spectre doesn't have any idea.
The ghost. The
They're
ghost
just
man.
kicking him. Who is he?
Yeah. Why are we fighting this guy?
All right, tie him
kind of
up
like
and heal
Okay.
him.
heal is
Spectre.
heal is superficial.
what? Why did you do that?
He's the ringmaster or leader or whatever the hell it was.
Ew, right.
a man.
He's a thorn in our side.
Men can be criminals. Normal men
I
can be
know,
bad
but-
guys, especially when they're hosting evil
You've
super
knocked him
beings.
out.
Good.
I mean, yeah, okay, that I feel a
When I
little bit
last
about
talked
that.
to him, he was pretty like chill and pretty easy to talk to.
Well, we
Could've
need to
tried
take
that
him
first,
to as
maybe.
well. Pretty chill, but he seemed like he was doing something weird. He said, "We're gonna do it right this time."
This
What
means
does
he
that
knows
tell you?
something useful.
Which is why
We can take him
I'm
to
a-
a secure location,
This is secure.
and then Tilly can use
Oh,
her
there's
shield.
it's
that
secure.
shield-
There's about to be security since an entire crowd just watched these 3 superheroes wreck this regular guy.
Tilly
Um,
before used her shield to shield us from its, effects. So then we could just use the shield around him so it can't get out and affect us while we're questioning him.
Right. Okay.
So what's actually happening?
We're taking him to a second location.
Oh,
I-
Oh, great. We
I'm
got
gonna
kidnapping
turn around and be
stories and
like-
crimes.
Oh, it's all part of the show, guys. Oh, this is a show called Man Puppet. And then I look at Tilly like, Man Puppet. All the way.
Yeah, we pick him up. We weaken the Bernie's head.
I think
Yeah,
you have
have
a
any of you seen Weekdays at Murney's?
right.
It's just like that. It's a great film if you've never seen it. This is our Uncle Murney. And this is you're all involved in a live theatre experience. Ooh, extra. You don't have to pay anything extra for it. Thank you. We'll go practice some
accepted.
more.
Yeah, that seems like a role to me.
Darn it.
So if you have a playbook move that seems appropriate as the star,
I mean, I could
feel
put
free.
on
Otherwise,
a
it's just
show,
provoke.
but- I was gonna say I can put on a show, but that's like my powers. So I don't.
It's fine,
That's a flamboyant display of your powers.
which is fine. You can do that if you want. We can adapt it because your powers include being a seasoned performer, or you can just provoke someone. It's your
I'll
choice.
just provoke
Okay.
someone. I've not done that for a while. Whee! Oh shit.
We're all getting arrested.
That good, huh?
They could try.
I'm marking potential. Potential. Market potential. Okay, wait, no. It is superior. Darn you. That's I blame you, SJ, for moving.
Oh,
I got 4. And
Oh,
my
wow.
superior is 2.
Okay.
So that's a 6.
Can I use a? Can I assist?
Y- y-
We have
she's
teams.
the one
yes.
puppeting.
yes.
Yeah, he's still puppeting.
People don't believe it until what does Tilly do?
Oh, I've been puppeting him the whole time.
Okay.
Like I just picked him up and started pretending that he is some sort of live puppet.
All right. Okay, I think with that'll use one of the 2 team we start the session with. They will air, and you will gain an opportunity to leave. Before they call security.
Security.
And mostly, it's like half the crowd is like, "Ugh, hippies." Performance artists, who cares? And the others are like, the ones with kids are like covering their kids' eyes because they don't like this. They think it's violent and weird and macabre. Because as far as they can tell, you just murdered this man and are now puppeting his dead body around.
He's fine, probably.
Yeah. So
Anyway,
Can we be exiting doing, like when people are like, bye, but bow, and then just, and I'm like,
I'll stand in a line, arms up, bow down. Yeah, exactly. Don't ever underestimate the average person's desire to not get involved. So that works in your favor this time. So where do you go? What do you do?
Yeah, where are we going? Because we're in the
I mean,
the past.
find an empty tent or something.
I remember where his tent was.
It was. You remember where what?
Like
He
his
was-
dressing room.
Oh,
Sure.
someone might come looking for him. I was thinking more like, would I know of any places that Impact has that's not like his main base?
Only if you've been reading the files.
Okay, I have been reading the files actually. Yeah, for sure.
But also, don't we kind of need to stay close because isn't this where
plus superior.
thingy
Yeah, the fight and the
and thing and brain gone Val's mum like are, so we don't really want to go too far.
Yeah,
I
okay.
kind of assumed they probably killed him accidentally.
Well, he was alive.
we
No,
did what
he-
you said.
Yeah, he was working with Violet and then was upset because he got abandoned when
Yeah.
she stopped doing what she was doing.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So then he
What?
kind of went off on his own, got desperate, linked up with this super powered purple headache, and caused a bunch of havoc in the future. But now he's back to square one in the past, and probably it's going to mess stuff up different and would cause the whole timeline shift.
So where is it? This is me speaking and not the character right now. Where is it that Violet and Impact accidentally kill that person so that we
The circle.
are we in that
Yeah.
timeline?
Yeah, we went back to that day to try to
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We don't want to
somewhat make it happen.
So we don't want to go too far away from the circus if we're here for that, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you have a little time.
Okay.
I don't want to constrain your creativity. You have
We
as
could
much time
split
as
the
it.
party.
So where do you go? You made the roll? And what was your roll?
6 + 1 = 7.
What is a hit but
On a
not?
hit, tell the team an important detail you've learned from your studies. GM will tell you what, if anything, seems different from what you remember.
Okay. Yes. There's a nearby island, which stores some of Impact's aquatic equipment, like the Impact boat.
Okay.
And it can serve as a secondary landing point for the Impact copter. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
He
there's
does.
an
He does
island
have
not
a
too
big
far off the
cigar boat.
coast. It's just
Well, yeah, do
for storage.
we have to go to an island?
I mean, you're kind of on an island. It's connected to the land by.
Yeah, but it's a
crossing.
little bit different because I wasn't on the water getting here.
No, but you can like see it from here. So
Do you want to exist or not?
not if it involves crossing open water.
Yeah, exactly.
Done it before. It was fine. Everything was fine. But I will say, if we're going to be operating in the circus again, some of you are going to have to change your costumes.
We all are wearing 90s outfits. I seem to recall us buying 90s disguises.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember.
Yeah, now we're in like
Yeah,
the
we did.
70s or whatever.
Sort of.
Sort of.
Don't try to make the real life timelines add up. It's fine. But yeah, the feel of this is more 70s.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure we weren't still in our superhero outfits when we jumped here.
You're still in whatever you were wearing. Cool. So what do you do?
Well, I say that to the team. Like, hey, there's this island. It's used for storage. Impact obviously isn't going to be there because he's going to be chasing Violet across the city.
All right. Well, let's take him there and ask him some questions.
How are we gonna get there?
Who flies? Do all of us continue to not fly, actually?
I can fly if other people can fly.
Can I try and open a portal?
Nope. All right, everybody, let's just get to the. We walk to the shoreline, and I'll just make a boat
There you go.
out of hard light. This is fine.
I could also probably Moses the water with the sound.
Let's go with the boat. I don't want to walk between walls of water that you are trying to prevent.
At least your powers. Oh, it's unstable and temporary? Okay.
Everybody drowns.
I'd like to try it. No, not really.
Series finale.
I'm definitely
Maybe on the way
going
back.
along because I don't understand why we need to necessarily take just this man to a completely different island.
I mean, it's what kidnappers do.
Superheroes.
I just think we could have just took him to his little tent and talked to him. Cool.
Just casually racking up charges here.
We
It's
need to knock
fine.
him out. I don't think we need to take him to a separate island. He's not that much of a threat, but okay.
What do you mean not much of a threat?
So
Literally got no
It's not him that's the problem. It's the thing he's hosting.
He's not hosting it right now.
What do you mean he's not?
I mean, he was
hosting it right now?
he literally like looked
He
down
literally
at his
watched
chest and like, oh, you're here.
Yeah.
So he was addressing it.
Oh, well, I didn't realize that.
So we'll say
I
that.
thought he was talking about us.
Oh no, he talked to himself,
okay.
reenacting the scene of when he appeared in the past, and then looks up and sees she was like, you, weird. And then boom, 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 snap, crack, oof, thud, pow, zowie. And then he is flattened on the ground.
Done.
So Tilly makes a boat, and we can say residents can help by a little controlled sound to act as the propulsive force to jet you across the not huge distance.
Whoa,
Right.
whoa.
So residents, that's a dubstep and or
New
beatbox.
album coming out.
Yeah.
The sound of like a machine. Whoa.
And you are sonically propelled
drum
across
bass.
the water with a few people watching going, what? That was the weirdest show ever. I am not tipping. And because Deadlock was successful, Deadlock, I don't know, you were somehow able to access a code in your records and get access to the little dock, the little pier that's hidden behind a false wall. So lift up a rock, tap in the code, opens up, and the entire island has been hollowed out and is now a super high-tech pier for the impact boat, which is not a good name, but it's
And the
impact.
impact sub.
Oh yeah.
Reminds me of DC, where in the Injustice comics, Green Arrow has the Arrow Cave, and he takes Harley Quinn, and she's like, "Shouldn't it be called the Quiver?" And he's like, "That's
So much better.
It's so much better.
You know, if Impact were a creative genius, he would have had a better outlet for his emotions, and he wouldn't have turned into an angsty superhero. So
He'd have an art gallery.
he would have done something productive with his life instead. So yes, now what happens? The door is sealed behind you.
All right. Pull
All right,
the guy
Tilly.
out.
put your shield up over him,
Okay.
the one you used to protect us from it."
Yeah. That one.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say, yeah, I did it until Zero tells me
Yeah,
I need to roll.
It's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, Spectre, just heal him awake.
Okay.
Yeah, it's inconsequential. You totally do. You
And we're outside the shield.
sure you heal the damage to his body and brain. His broken limbs and ruptured organs.
Sorry, I broke your nose.
It takes a little bit longer than you anticipated because you guys destroyed him. But your healing factor is enough to prevent him from expiring.
Didn't kill him this time.
Yeah. And then he comes back to consciousness. Where am I? What's happening? Why is it dark in here? Who are you people?
We're the ones who are going to be asking the questions. You. I'm sorry. What's your name?
You're the worst
Right,
bad
Tilly?
cop ever. I don't remember if I gave him a regular name or not, so we'll just pretend that I didn't. Reggie. I'm Reggie.
Hi, Reggie. What happened this day?
I was having the weirdest dream. It was like I lived like decades when I was in my dream, and it was really like, you know how dreams are usually like super exciting and it's like you get what you want, or you're being chased by a monster or whatever, or like that cute person who sits in front of you in class like likes you or whatever. And this wasn't like that at all. It was like just like a lot of boring days, just kind of, looking for jobs and stuff. It wasn't a very nice dream. And then I don't know, something happened. I woke up and then you, and he looks at residents, you were in my dream too, which is weird. And then, I don't know, I just saw a lot of blurring motion, and then I saw my life pass before my eyes. And I saw a light, and I was heading toward the light. And then I'm here. So who are you people?
You recognized us, though. You recognized Resonance.
She was in my dream.
It wasn't a dream.
Okay, maybe say more about that, because that sounds weird.
Might have been the
That
future.
purple entity thing. What do you know about that?
What? Purple entity thing?
Yes, the purple entity thing.
I don't know
The
what
thing
you...
that when we got here, you looked down and said, "You're back. We're gonna do it right this time." Yeah, we heard that.
Oh, I was just waking up from a dream. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Pierce's mask.
I too should like to roll for bullshit.
Ooh, okay. I got a 7.
All right. So that is a hit. Ask a question.
How could I get your character to reveal where the monster thing is?
So you cast your mind back to what you learned about the ringleader. He was never particularly threatening. He was always a bit of a, like, at best, like a tier 3 hanger-on of Violet Scepter. But he always enjoyed, so he's one of these like silly supervillains that shows up as, look, it's my circus of crime, and then like immediately taken out by just like basic cops. So but he very much loved the showmanship of being a supervillain, even though he wasn't very good at it at all. So you think that playing into this notion that he's some sort of grand mastermind, stroking his ego a bit. He's an underachiever. Let's put it that way. So stroking his ego a bit might be the best way to get him to reveal his plans, because he's been longing his entire life to do a Bond villain monologue.
Oh God.
I rolled a 10 on perceiving the bullcrap.
All right, what questions do you ask?
What are you really planning?
Yep.
What do you intend to do?
Okay.
And how can I gain influence over you? Because it says on 10 plus, ask 3.
Yeah. How you can gain influence, it's the same answer that Spectre got. So you gain the same insight, basically. And what is he really planning to do? There are two answers. One is he's planning on trying to get out of here, but he doesn't know what's happening. So he's kind of confused. Like, he doesn't want to be here because this is a weird situation. And what he's planning on doing is like trying to find out what's going on with you people. He has some sort of like positive regard for residents, so he's hoping that the rest of you are fine. He doesn't really remember very clearly getting the crap beaten out of him by you. So he's kind of hopeful that he can just talk his way out. There's another part of him that maybe he's less aware of that has a strong sense of urgency to get back to the circus for a different reason. But that's like a subconscious part of him. Something about your, latent and suppressed telepathic abilities gives you a little bit deeper insight into what's going on in his mind. He's literally of two minds. But the surface mind is very just like, what's going on?
So Fade would pick up on the possibility that there's two voices happening in there aside from
it's not so much two voices. It's just that there's knowledge and awareness that is not conscious, but that
Okay.
I mean, he's him from a future and him now. The him from the future is effectively unconscious at the moment, or it's not.
Okay.
It's not in the forefront. But it's there.
Fade's gonna look at them and explain all of this. She's gonna explain, there's it's like two sides of the same coin. If this, I know it probably doesn't make sense coming from me. I never make sense to you guys. He's aware, but he's not aware. But he's aware. There's more.
Aware of what?
You got this from your intuition or from like powers sensing?
I can feel it. Kind of, sort of. Like, I'm not trying to probe in there. Like, I don't have full control. Like, I can't hear y'all's surface thoughts, but like for him, I can see there's like a separation there. Like it's trying to become one. It's just.
It sounds like you guys have some issues. Maybe you should just like talk this out, and I'll head on back to my job.
Hang on.
And
Future you almost ended the world, and then you come back in the past to try to do it right because we stopped you, but you end up changing the future. You're still not successful, by the way. It's completely different, but you mess it up in some other ways.
No. You have plans. We know you have plans. I would like to personally know about your plans. Maybe we can help.
Well, I'm trying to save up for an apartment.
Yeah, this is the wrong crowd to be going to that for. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually not, but I'm not going to tell him that. No, like, I mean, like that. She's got like brain problems sometimes, so she doesn't always make sense. But basically, like we fought you in the future, like our future, which we're now in the past. It's confusing. Just bear with me. And I mean, and you were pretty, I mean, we don't really get to like fight you. You were kind of overshadowed by somebody else, but like you seemed like you could have been a good villain if you had the chance.
When you say you were overshadowed, he kind of.
Yeah, because first it was like Violet Scepter, and then it's the shadow fear monster.
Yeah, he
Like, you know.
completely abandoned you once he got strong enough.
Oh yeah,
This is, by the way, just so we're clear, this is the opposite of stroking his ego. This is on purpose, right?
Oh, yeah, no.
Okay.
I'm bad.
You have a strong desire to prove yourself.
Are you like a fortune teller?
Yeah, kinda.
Well, I mean, yeah. So my mom says that I'm never going to amount to anything, and I need to go and get a regular job and blah, blah, blah. But I really enjoy entertaining people. And I like enjoy, like being the conductor, and like no one really wants to do my routines because they're all like, no, Reggie, we've got, years of experience and your ideas are stupid. But I figured if I could just get people to try like my routines, then more people would come to the circus and enjoy them.
Well, like from one entertainer to another, right now you have a captive audience and we're really willing to listen to you. Like this, we know what it's like being creatives, and we're a soundboard. Just tell us your ideas. Yeah. We're here and happy to listen to them.
Okay. So
I mean, if they're acrobatics, like Spectre here can like fully try them out for you too.
So all right. So we have a montage of Reggie being paid attention to. And he's just like, okay, imagine. And then he like paints the picture, and he's in the middle of the center ring and the 3-ring circus, and he's got the lions and he's cracking the whip, and it's like, yeah, that's what it normally is, but imagine if it was like audience participation. And he just describes this fanciful like Cirque du Soleil meets Cirque du Soleil with like more audience participation. And like he's describing something that's very unrealistic, but that would be an interesting show. But it's like, and he's like, and then the acrobats come and do this, and he does like a really like incompetent cartwheel. It's like his imagination is much greater than his capabilities.
So Fade's getting a better impression. Looks way cooler. The rest of us are like, so a note.
I don't like, so what about like this? And then you do like a
oh my god, yeah. You're definitely doing them. Oh yeah, like that.
They're
Like
doing
that. And then he's like, now do a twist and then a back handspring. And something about like him giving directions and people following them, he finds very gratifying. This is someone who probably has no power.
Confidence?
It has very little sense of agency and control in his own life.
Meanwhile, me and Tilly are doing lights.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, you guys should totally join the circus. This would be amazing. You know what? I bet if I go to the owner, if we practice a little bit, one of these routines, and we go to the owner and I can show them that it's not a crazy idea, that like the right people can really make the routine work, he'd let me have my own show.
There's one problem with that.
What? Seems like a great idea.
You're hosting this evil entity thing that's going to essentially try to destroy everything. And I don't know if it has had influence over you in some way, but it abandoned you as soon as it got strong enough and started doing its own thing.
Well,
and that's not going to work with the plan.
I've always had a friend.
He's not your friend, though. A friend would stick by you.
Well, that's what you say.
Right, but he's evil, so you can't listen to him.
I don't think
he wants you to do what he wants to do.
No, I think we both just want a little respect, a little attention.
Is your friend
Speaking of
talking?
that, you know, like sorry. Like I heard that was a great idea, by the way, and definitely we should definitely like go to the guy who owns the circus in a bit. Yeah, that sounds great. But what I heard was some great, amazing plans. Do you have any other great, amazing plans? Like more along the lines of the stuff that you did with, like Violet? Because I always heard that like you had amazing ideas, but she wouldn't listen to them and like would put you under her thumb and stuff. And, like, do you have any more amazing ideas, like more that vibe?
Well, so you know about that. Well,
Oh, we know a lot.
We are from the future.
Okay, so look.
Fortune teller, remember? I did see things.
Well, and because he has a positive regard for residents, I'll just say, look, so here's the deal. I just want to matter. I want to make a difference. And it's hard when you try to make a difference and you want to like bring joy and entertainment to people. And like no one wants to listen and everyone tells you your ideas are dumb. So sometimes I work with Violet, and because, it's sometimes cool to like create a distraction, or, it's a way, honestly, it's a way of getting attention. I know that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world, but it's important. It's important to feel validated, and, I can feel validated there. And it's not like we actually do anything really all that bad.
Being rebellious and edgy for attention?
I know, right? Who would do that? And this guy is probably like 20 at this point. So he's not that much older than you guys are.
Yeah, doing the minor stuff with Violet, I wouldn't say harmless, but nothing compared to that purple entity, because, the opposite of bringing joy to people, literally.
I would like one person.
Okay.
I would like someone to assess the situation, please.
I can go ahead and do that.
I would suggest whoever has the highest superior and doesn't have a condition that would apply a penalty.
I have 2 on superior.
What's yours, Fade?
I've got the highest.
Okay.
Yeah, she's got the highest. Yeah.
And we have one team left. I didn't call for us to do the team moves when we directly engaged a threat because this guy was not a threat. So, you don't get to add team to the pool when you attack a civilian.
Not him, the thing he's hosting.
Not having it.
Saying he's not a threat when he's the one that changes the entire future.
Well, now it's us, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing inside him, because you said like it grows in power, it could just be a blip right now. That's what.
Right, we have to stop it before he grows it more.
That also changes the future. Excitingly.
Yeah.
Okay, come on. Okay, we rolled a 7, so it's a 9.
Okay, cool. We have minor boons if you want to kick that to a full success, but a 9 will be sufficient.
Yes, I'm just checking. I had no conditions and I don't, so that's cool.
All right. So ask 1.
Okay. So assess the situation. When you assess the animal and them, what here can I use to? What is the biggest threat? What here is the greatest danger? Who here is the most vulnerable to me? How could we best end this quickly? Okay.
I think you're going to get more or less the same information regardless, but it'll just be colored differently because there's
Yeah, I guess what we're trying to get, and obviously this is me kind of player talking right now, is like, how can we get you to tell us your plan? Is that what we would say as a group? Because obviously I'm rolling for us as a group. Are we? What do we think? Yes?
More or less.
More or less. Because I know obviously it's like to flatter him, but we've already flattered him. So I'm more like, what exactly can we do?
I want to figure out how we can get him to kick out the purple entity so we can just get it out and destroy it.
I kind of assume that something else is about to attack us, but
Yeah, I feel like we need to be noticing something else besides that.
Him?
So potentially, what is the biggest threat or what is the greatest danger?
I feel like that's going to be, though, I feel like that's just going to be either the purple thing or him again. Okay.
You'll like I said, you're going to get good information regardless. It's not a trick of trying to guess the right question. But I do want to know which question you choose just because that'll color.
I'm just trying to think, what's our main goal as a team? What's our main goal right now?
I think we need to figure out what's going on in the past to make sure that it doesn't change the future too dramatically
I don't think I can solve that with
in
one
the way
question.
that Spectre doesn't.
Yeah, I would say it's probably make sure Spectre exists.
Yeah, that's our
Yeah.
goal.
You know, if Impact would have just told me everything, I would know.
Okay.
Resonance turns to them like, no, it's not the time.
Oh God. Okay, we'll just.
Just pick one.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with how could we best end this quickly then, like as in this situation.
Yeah. So something about the way he talks about like getting attention and validation, and the way he talks about like trying to get it through having all these grandiose ideas, but you know, he's a nobody and no one listens. And so he, you know, kind of fell in with some other people who are using him kind of as a silly distraction. And he's aware of that, but it's a way of getting attention. It's like, this is a thing that you've seen before. This is a thing you've seen before, particularly with some of your peers who were child actors, who like got a taste of attention and validation. And then like, as they grew up, they stopped being cute and couldn't get jobs. And so they did some self-destructive stuff because but not because they're awful people, but just because they fed on the attention. And if they can't feed on the positive attention, they'll feed on the negative attention.
Mm-hmm.
So the best way you could resolve his situation would be to find a way for him to feed on positive attention. The insight you get is whatever nascent power he has is small, right? And in the past, he shared with you that he always had the ability to kind of influence people's emotions a little bit. That over time, that will grow, and it will grow in one of two directions. It will either grow towards influencing people's emotions in a positive way to ensure that they enjoy the show, or in a negative way through fear. But either way, he's going to try to find a way to feed on that for a very like human, understandable reason. It's just that he has superpowers. Okay. And so his capacity for doing good and bad stuff is greater as a result.
You know, the purple entity thing, shadow monster that is in him anyway, doesn't that feed off of negative emotions?
It does in the future.
Yes.
So if he's not feeling, but if I remember correctly from the ringleader episode, it specifically harnessed to him and stayed with him for such a long time because of his how he
Until
felt.
it got strong enough to leave.
It effectively, I think the insight that you're getting is that, remember, it's a thought form.
Yeah.
It started as his ability and his desire for attention and validation. And there was some interaction with when Impact gave up his healing factor, which is kind of about like manipulating the material world and like creating creating and manipulating material substance. So it gained that and became somewhat more real. But there was a transition period. There was a long process of it becoming an independent entity. And it was an independent entity that, for various reasons, was focused on feeding first him and then itself on negative emotion. But he is not at that point yet. He is still thinking about how he's dipped his toe into the world of gaining validation through fear.
Have you ever thought of starting your own circus with like superpowered people that aren't like their superpowers aren't enough to be superheroes? Like, oh, this person's extra flexible or can grow hair really fast, but it would give them something. You'd help them because you'd give them a job that's letting them use their abilities in a positive way and a way people would want to see. And that's cool, but also something more unique than you would get at a normal circus.
It would also give you the ability to have that audience interaction with obvious safety measures in place for these people. Plus, it's something new and exciting. You could have a person who, and I'm sure there's tons of them somewhere hiding. I don't know. You can have like Devin was saying, people who can grow hair really fast or are super flexible. Could have someone who is literally be stretched. You could have people who interact with that. Plus, there's other opportunities for people to gain jobs. You're going to need people to do lights. You're going to need people to help you set up the thing. And you will literally be at the forefront of it all. Everything will have to pass through you.
Oh my God, that's such a great idea. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. Because
It's
there's
going to
got
take
to
a
be
lot of work, and it's not going to be instant.
Oh yeah, I know. But you got to start somewhere, right?
Exactly. You have to start somewhere.
And you guys will help, right?
For as
'Cause you were
long as
doing
we
so-
can.
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Why did you say look for a lifetime thing to leave?
I mean, it's fine. If you guys want to live in the past forever and be circus free, you totally can.
I'm not giving up a career as an award-winning actress to work in a circus. I'm just going to throw that out there.
But you'd be very good at it.
I mean, we can't stay in the past forever because we'd risk changing it too much, and then there's some timey-wimey stuff.
Yeah, but who
live
cares?
for a little bit.
Yeah, that's a whole other mess. We're no, don't.
Yeah, you got about a day.
I'm gonna take Tilly to the side a bit. I'm like, hey, Tilly, do you remember how you hacked Aegis that one time?
Yeah.
What if you did it again, but just to find some superhero rejects that they didn't want because they weren't quite the power set they were looking for? Kind of a little bit of a recruiting thing, just to give him some people to maybe approach with this opportunity.
There's not really an internet. It's not a good one.
Well,
not
Aegis
the
has-
internet for the public.
Yeah, Aegis has stuff.
There's got to be a database
Okay, yeah.
of some sort.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'll go hack that one.
Unleash your powers.
I'm gonna use a major boon.
Okay.
We're doing good. Let's see. Unleash your powers. 3. All right, 12.
Okay, yeah. So
We're looking for a specific age range too.
Yeah. So the Parasol Academy offers extension classes to kids who have minor powers, but that really don't qualify for like actually attending parasol. So, and it's partly a way of you just keeping track of them, because sometimes minor powers can change, right? But there's a significant population of some couple hundred young folks, and you can go back in the records and see, because I mean you could pick an age range, but this is a consistent program where, like, for the talented, it's like an extension gifted and talented class. It's just the talent is a minor superpower, and they get to go to special classes. It's important for them to learn the same things about not abusing your powers, et cetera, et cetera. But it's just like, if your power is that you can change colors, that's it. It's
Well,
still
turn
important.
into guinea pig melt.
Yeah. So, yeah. But yes, you find that quite easily.
Cool. I'll just write this down. Well, no, hard light paper.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Oh my God, this
With
is great.
potential candidates and their phone numbers.
Oh, this is amazing. I'm so glad. I still don't understand where we are. but who
Don't worry
cares?
about it.
Who cares?
Class.
Like, what is this place? Well, that boat is super extra. Cool. This was amazing. And you're from the future? I knew that I had a destiny. I knew that it wasn't just like playing second fiddle forever. I knew that I was meant to entertain people and bring joy to the world. I'm so glad I met you guys. So glad I had that dream. Because I really don't want my life to turn out that way. Maybe that was just the motivation I needed.
Yeah. Hey, listen, if you remember the dream and there was like some sort of climactic fight at the end of it, could you just remember to do that again as an act or something?
Well, I remember I was feeling really bad right before I woke up. I was feeling really bad. And then you showed up, and he points at Resonance, and were talking to me, and I had lost something. And you were going to help me find it. And I found it, kind of. And then it was kind of a blur. And then there was a big explosion. I woke up.
Fate is just going to casually step into the shadows because she knows that was her.
Well, and he wasn't involved in the fight. He was off.
No.
He was off feeling sorry for himself.
Oh, okay.
That he had lost connection with this thought form that he had created over years out of resentment and frustrated ambition.
Well, we'll see how this turns out.
Yeah.
Do you want to go back to the circus?
Yeah. I mean, we got to have funding, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
right
maybe
way.
with you guys backing me up, we can talk to the owner and convince him to, like, I don't know, like give us like somewhere to practice, and then we can like reach out to all these folks and find out the ones that are looking for jobs, and we'll have to get some money. I wonder.
I'm sure you'll figure out a way to get money.
Well, Violet has a lot
quickly.
of money. I wonder if she'd loan me some.
That seems like
I don't know if she's the best.
Feels like a bit of a long shot.
She's pretty generous.
Yeah.
She has so much money.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know she has this like, oh, Violet's up to her, but she's really like super nice and funny. I mean, she gave me a chance.
Fate is going to side-eye the hell out of Val. She's keeping her mouth shut.
Yeah.
Trying to bite their tongue.
Any rate, if we're going back to the circus, you're going to have to put on a blindfold.
Oh, are we like in a secret lair?
No.
No, definitely not.
Is that what you would say if we were in a
blindfolding
secret lair, though?
I mean, yes, but also we'd say the same thing if we weren't.
No,
so...
I'm totally into it. Okay. This is so much fun. Oh, should we
Alright.
have a secret lair? That's what we need. We need a secret lair where we can
Why
train.
would you need a secret? What about just like a tent?
Well, we can call it a secret lair.
A land. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe that's what your circus could be called.
Yeah, like a villain branding thing to make people a little scared, but actually it's entertaining without any actual danger.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. What if it's so I've been thinking about this idea of having like the circus of crime and everyone
Knock them
kind of,
out.
everyone kind of laughs at it. But what if it was like joke crime? What if it was like, oh, we're all villains and this is who we are, but it was really just like entertaining. And like everyone knew,
Especially
with-
everyone was
yeah,
on the
Fun
jokes.
power sets.
And it was
Yeah,
like,
it gets good views.
they're like, oh, we're gonna rob people, and then it's like, and then the clowns show up and knock us down or whatever. It'd be funny.
I think you could definitely make that part of your show. I wouldn't suggest taking that into like real life situations.
Oh no, like just in the show.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'd be funny skits like the cop comes by, the person that can grow hair really fast quickly grows a mustache.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, you guys are awesome.
Slapstick
Yeah, exactly.
slapstick crimetic
Exactly.
entertainment.
Yeah.
I just turned to Deadlock really quietly, and I'm like, are you missing your long hair from your childhood? Because you keep
No, it's
on
fine.
this hair thing.
It's just an example I thought of, and now it's hard to think of other examples.
Are you sure you don't have bangs?
It's because I started thinking about the bearded lady. It's the circus thing, and it's
I could see you in bangs. I got it.
just get in my face. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Let's go back. Oh god, I have to get on the boat again.
Okay.
Ugh.
I'll put
So-
a blindfold on you too.
Yeah.
You're both blindfolded, and you ride the hard light boat back to the circus, the fairgrounds. Cool. You unblindfold him. What do you do?
Go back to the circus. Yes.
Yes.
So your plan is
I think we should go and speak to the guy who owns the circus.
Yeah.
And offer. This is my idea, guys. To offer to put on a pre-show for free for him for with the ringleader's idea.
To sell the idea.
Yeah.
okay. Cool. So you unblindfold Reggie, and he is super excited, and so he takes you over to one of the small number of kind of permanent buildings. It looks like a miniature town hall, or it was built in the same kind of architectural style and probably around the same time. So it's got grand architectural styling, but it's obviously much smaller. And it's where the administrative offices of the fairgrounds are. And he will lead you in and into the kind of typical wood paneled waiting room with a secretary behind a desk, typing away on a typewriter. And she'll look at him and go, Robert, right? Reggie. Sure. What can I do for you? Oh, I'm here to see the big man. About what? So there's this like back and forth exchange. He doesn't seem to be getting anywhere because he's known to her.
Raz, you want to give a little sparkle or something?
You got mute.
You muted.
I was like, am I muted? That's what I said. What do you want me to do? Because this is like way in the future, so like no one knows who I am.
Right, but you still, you have really cool powers that you know how to use. You're
You have
still
pizzazz.
a performer and entertainer, yeah.
I think
Sort of
the
that doesn't
time
any
for
of
the
that.
show might work out
Okay.
here.
Spectre, we could do some flips or something maybe
You
real
guys do
quick.
some acrobatics, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Tilly like light, hard light, like pretty. Woo, yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, I will like create some sound and light, I guess.
Cool. Do you have a playbook?
Yeah, do you want me to put time to put on a show?
I think it's time for the show.
Time for a show. Is it though? That's the question. Let's find out. It's hard to roll when you've got a cat sitting on your lap that won't move. Oh, that's actually a good one. I got 10. And then it's time for a show is superior. Superior is 2, so I got 12.
Excellent.
So on a 10+, name 2 NPCs present. The named NPCs must either volunteer help or information, express admiration, or ask for your help. GM's choice.
Okay. There's only 2 NPCs present. Reggie will just be completely in awe of your display and like all the activity of the group. And the secretary is like, oh my God, you're right. Mr. Solomon needs to see this right away. And so she'll hit an old fashioned kind of like little buzzer on the desk and yell into a microphone, Mr. Solomon, there's a fantastic act out here that you just got to see. It's like, Gladys, I told you not to bother me during my lunch. And she like say, it's a whiskey lunch. No, but seriously, you absolutely got to see this. All right, send him in. So yes, you're able to go into the grand office of Mr. Sullivan. It's not Solomon. It's not that grand. It's a little bit dingy. It's the 70s-ish. So like he's sitting there smoking, so it smells awful. Couple of coffee cups stacked up. Like you can tell that they've evaporated because you can see the brown ring. He's not a super put together guy. Little portly. Has obviously gained weight recently because like his shirt and coat are kind of pulling apart a little bit at the seams. Kind of smooths his hair down. You hear some clinking of glass as he slams a lower drawer of his desk to put his bottle away. Reggie, what have I told you about coming and bothering me? I'm here important business. Got to make sure the books balance. Oh, Mr. Solomon, we've got a great idea. We got to show him.
Here we go again.
Do it again.
I won't make you roll
Okay.
because this is minor. He is like, oh, all right. So you kids looking for work?
We just heard Reggie's idea and he gave us some direction. But this is a couple hours that he was directing us how to do some stuff. And then we just thought it'd be fun to help him demonstrate his idea.
So you're a package deal?
Yes, this is all Reggie's idea. He's the one that makes it work.
Okay. Huh. Well, Reg, you always said that you get my attention someday, and I'd say that you've succeeded. Tell you what, $20 a week for each of you. And then after
we're no. Reggie is in charge of this. He needs your help in a place to show this off so that it can grow, and then you can benefit from it as well as Reggie.
I think you need to invest
All
in
Reggie's idea.
Some talent. He's got a good list of prospects and everything and some connections he can pull.
And $20 a week is not going to cut it.
No, not if you want real talent.
someone needs to provoke.
Not me. I have negative in provoke because of my condition.
Yep, I'm looking at it now.
Provoke is plus superior, so resonance would probably.
Well, but Resonance
They
wasn't
have a plus
talking.
one, that's fine.
Yeah, I was
No.
gonna say I'm not part of this conversation.
Yeah. Because
All right,
Resonance is like,
let's
wait a second,
see.
why are we doing this?
And you said it's plus superior?
Plus superior.
Okay. That is a 1 for me. Okay. I got a 6.
But she's saying she rolled.
Got another 6.
Okay.
Plus the 1 is 13 minus 2 is 11.
Okay, cool. So yeah, he will rise to the bait and do what you want. Okay. Tell you what. I'll give you 6 weeks. We'll clear out one of the storage tents. Got some old stuff we need to get rid of anyway. Clear out one of the storage tents. You guys can practice up 6 weeks. You can do a performance for all the management. And if we agree, we'll give you a time slot in the big top. How's that?
Reggie.
Yeah, Fade's
He's
gonna
just like-
look to
He's just like, yeah,
yeah.
that's amazing.
Fade's gonna be like, yeah, you should take that. That's pretty decent, but we're gonna have to get you like the talent because I don't.
I feel like this is
for all of
Reggie's.
that.
This is Reggie's problem soon.
It's fine. You're just
I mean,
tremendously
I'm just
altering the
setting him up
past.
for
It's
failure.
fine.
Yeah, no, this is.
I'm like,
For the better.
Yeah, can we group huddle real quick? Because
group huddle.
I have some concerns about.
We can't do 6 weeks, guys. Like
No, we're not gonna do it. He's gonna go recruit people.
You
and
have all the
build up
time
an
in the
act
world.
6 weeks.
he can't recruit someone. He's not going to be able to recruit someone. Like what we need to do is what we talked about before we came in here. What we need to agree to with him for is a big one-off. Let's see how that goes, and then that gives him the money and things because we can't stay around. We're just like the demo as such. We're the model, and then that he's going to base this off of. But we're freelancers who don't have availability.
We're not from here.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, we're not from here, so we've got other jobs we have to get to. So that wasn't the agreed thing. It was, we do the show to show him what it would be like, and they would give him the chance and the opportunity to build the show in his time. Like we can't.
That's what we're doing. That's what we just did. We just showed him. Then we got him time to build up his act. He's got 6 weeks
That's
to build
not
up
what
an
he-
example of what he can do.
No, that's not what the
That's
6
he's
weeks
asking
means.
to.
That's
He
6
means
weeks of
performance
us
for 6
working.
weeks. Yeah, that's what he's saying. He's not saying 6 weeks to build up a show. He's saying
Oh, no.
performing for 6 weeks.
He's
Oh, no,
saying
it's
to
the-
us
he
that
said
we're
for
not going to stay
management.
here for
And
Yeah.
6 weeks is when the show is for management to see if it's good enough
He's
to go in the
giving
big top.
Mr. Solomon is giving you all 6 weeks, at least in his mind, you all 6 weeks to pull together a show
Okay.
that will then be performed for management. And if management agrees,
Not what I got.
then
Whoa.
that performance will get a slot in the big top.
So
Okay.
we're going to bail on Reggie, is what we're
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's up to him to replace us and get a good act good to go for management in 6 weeks.
And if he doesn't, then hey, we know what the future holds.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're
We've
going
given him a
to
shot.
build up his hopes and then
I really-
abandon him.
We're superheroes.
I told you we were just giving him the chance. We gave him a list of recruits of people that he could possibly.
Look, I learned from my mother. This is.
It's definitely not a
Fate's
super
on
villain
him.
origin story.
Could we
These people from the future came and they told me
like-
this, all this promise about how I was going to be able to live a positive life and make a positive end, and they built me up and then they set me
I
up to
told him
fail.
it was going to take work and time.
Could we not at least okay, guys, look, I just need to put this into perspective. You assaulted the man and knocked him out. We then kidnapped him and kept him a hostage. Then we convinced him that he could achieve his dreams. We've helped him put on a marvelous show, and then we're just gonna leave.
Yeah.
That's I don't.
I mean,
Like,
we tried to told him that was gonna be the case.
What we said
So
was going to happen.
Could we not at least help him actually get in touch with some of these
we did. He's got papers and
What I
phone
mean,
We could
numbers.
call them. We could do that.
mean,
We could
could
find
we
a
not
group
help
today,
me?
right?
Could we not do some auditions today for him or something? I'm just really worried that we're just gonna be like, okay, bye.
Well,
I mean,
my concern is that we're maybe a little bit off track here.
I mean,
Can't micromanage this guy's
we've done what we can for him, but
He
I mean, to be
definitely gives you the
honest,
impression that he's extremely capable and just needed an idea, and then he can execute on it flawlessly. This is clearly a very experienced, pragmatic, professional person,
yes,
not someone
obviously.
who just has ideas and doesn't know how to act on them.
Listen, we're all
Oh, you're right.
teenagers, so
Yeah.
he's probably very old and
We're
experienced.
not thinking that far ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
Fade is
he's like 20, but he's also a
20.
dude, which means he's probably intellectually and emotionally less mature than you guys are, which is saying
Probably.
something.
Fade wants to go over to Reggie.
Well, we'll
and
say just
be
so that this conversation didn't happen in the midst, Reggie and Mr. Solomon are discussing business
Right.
Yeah.
in the office,
I
and you
mean-
guys are outside, and the receptionist is just like filing her nails and looking at you like you're weird.
I mean, yeah, that we get it all the time.
Mind
But
your business class.
so I have concern that we shouldn't get too wrapped up in that and let him do his thing. Because I mean, worst comes to worst, we know what happens, we handle it, and then the loop continues. I don't know. Maybe we just accidentally gave this guy immortality. But we gotta like fix the thing so that I don't disappear. Because that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think we could also like have just made some phone calls, but cool. Like, I think, yeah,
Okay,
we
so
could have just helped him a little bit on his way rather than just abandoning him. But you know,
so Reggie comes out holding a piece of paper. I've got a contract. 6 weeks. This is amazing. Where do we start?
You start by getting people that will work in your circus.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
who? There's like hundreds of them.
Right, you go through. Not all
Yeah,
of them
you
are
gotta
gonna
go
say yes.
through.
Oh, okay. I'll make some phone calls.
Well, we should go check out the tent, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go
Come
check out
on,
the
let's
tent.
go.
Yes. And I presume that we will keep him busy looking at the tent while continuing our discussion of,
For sure.
so where are the
Oh
other
no,
guys?
he's lost, and he's like, because you walk in and it's like full of old equipment, and like there's a little midway game that's being repaired. There's a repairman in there. It's like, what are you guys doing here? It's like, no, it's fine. We got Mr. Solomon's approval, and he just goes on. It's like, and then we'll put this thing here, and we'll do that, and he's just like full on in Fantasyland.
I think what we really need to do is get him a right-hand man that can, someone with a good head on their shoulders to be his second, you know? Ensure this actually
Like some sort of
succeeds.
mentor.
No, it's just someone with a good head on their shoulders, honestly.
an assistant. He needs
Yeah.
an assistant.
Great.
Someone that
You can
takes the ideas and
hire.
makes them happen.
You can hire an assistant too.
It can be one of these super-powered kids. I mean, I'm sure one of them's got a knack for numbers or something.
Yes.
Probably.
So because he is full on in squee mode, you can do what you'd like in terms of conversation and planning. But I'm curious what it is that you intend to do. It seems like you're intending to help him start a legitimate circus act,
This
which
will
is
solve the future, right?
fine.
Well, originally, I just wanted to
Until
set him up for success,
Spectre
and now we
disappears.
just keep getting more and more involved.
and
Yeah,
then
I don't.
and then Tilly disappears.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
don't
don't
worry about that part. It's
think
fine.
we need to be like upper management for him. Like we've set him up pretty good here as is. If he fails it, he fails it. Like I said, we know what happens in that case. And if it doesn't fail, then yeah, yippee, good for
When
him.
we do get back to the future, we'll check in on it real quick, see what happened to old Reggie.
Yeah, 6 persons still a crater in the island.
All right. So what happened with
why did we bother kidnapping him then? If we weren't,
We didn't know what was going on.
Well,
we
I mean,
still don't know what's going on. Everyone thought he was
I
useless.
understand. Like, why did we waste our time with this?
I mean, we had a
I
couple
don't
of
think
hours
it was a
to
waste of time.
Side of him, and we could have just made it worse. I'm having a crisis.
It's fine.
Okay.
It probably won't make it worse. It probably will change how that thing that we fought went, but that's probably fine.
Oh my god, my cat's in my dice tray.
Don't
Get
worry.
out.
You fought that after the steel swarm took over Earth,
Okay.
Yeah.
since you've
Could
already altered
I?
that. So it probably
Oh,
didn't
great.
happen because everyone is now a puppet of the steel swarm.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
figure that one
fine.
out later.
Could I,
Yes.
to make myself feel better, could I tap into the gossip and rumor of the celebrity industry? And I know it says for information on an important city figure, but could we manipulate that slightly I tap into the gossip and thingy mags to create a buzz about this new circus act and also kind of put a wanted on it?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Right.
So we'll do a little because you guys have altered the immediate sequence of events. So I mean, Destiny has a way of making things happen, but we'll say that there's a little bit of a short period of time, not months, but more than a day, that we'll do a little montage of what people are doing. So Resonance is relying on, you probably know some agents who are really old in your normal time frame that are kind of younger, up and coming agents now. So you actually know some of their inside secrets and what they care about. So you can leverage your knowledge of the sort of celebrity industry from the future to rapidly make inroads and create some buzz. Go ahead and give the roll, though. See how successful it is.
I will do, but I wasn't joking that my cat is in my dice tray. So I can't lift him up to show you because I'm dragging the dice tray and he's just staying in it. Bubble, seriously, get out the dice tray. Okay, he's out now. I was like dragging it like this, and he just stayed sat in it. Get out the dice tray. But no, he's out now. Okay, so I can roll. Did he? Why do cats try and fit in the smallest? Okay, I rolled a 7. Let's look at this. Tap into gossip bags. Okay, superior. I think that's a +3. Oh no, superior is 2. Okay, so I'm on 9.
Yeah.
Okay, on a 9, 7 to 9. Ask 3. 10 is that's 3. On a 7 to 9 is ask 1. So,
yeah.
It's what are they up to? But obviously, it's not quite. Doesn't. Quite.
Yeah, we'll say that several of the folks who in your future are super important, and then you thought would be really important in the past based on what they've told you, aren't. It turns out, oh, you weren't the biggest deal for the past 40 years or whatever.
You lied,
right? Which is not surprising, but you are. So it takes a little bit of additional effort, but you are able to eventually effectively find an agent for Reggie, who is
some of the publications that I thought were around this time weren't made yet.
yeah. But yes. So with a little bit of extra work, you're able to find Reggie an agent and create some buzz. And specifically, you place an ad in the Halcyon City Herald for people with minor superpowers. Do you have superpowers that are just laying around doing nothing? Well, join our crew and you can entertain millions, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So yes.
Okay.
That is Resonance's contribution to this completely weird sideways. This is a side quest. This is like a main quest. Forget that. We're gonna make a circus act. Cool.
You can go down the main road. What's this lane?
Right. So what is everyone else doing during this kind of montage?
I'd probably tell Spectre that you need to figure out what's up with your mom and Impact. What's their situation? What's happening?
stalking my parents in the
Yeah.
bushes. Like,
Yeah, you and Deadlock should probably go stalk them. You have a ninja cat, Deadlock. This is literally what you should be doing. You're both very stealthy.
That's fair.
So go figure out their stuff. Don't talk to them or anything. Just figure out what they're doing and why it's not working.
Okay,
sure,
we'll do that.
that'll go well.
All right.
Thanks.
I would like one of you to give me and assess the situation, and then I'll describe the scenes that we see in the montage.
Boy,
Negative assess.
yeah, I think you still have better than me though.
You guys are great at this.
Okay.
Because I'm a straight up -2 on assessing the situation.
I'm +1, but I have -2 because I'm still
So
guilty.
you're still -1, so it's still better than.
If someone wants to
that's
do a thing to
not-
clear a condition, you have a period of, like, we'll say less than a week.
Yeah, but make a sacrifice.
Someone could talk to you heart to heart.
That might be a good thing.
Sure, you have moves that
Do
oppose
do,
that
do
directly.
we want
These are
to
major
have a
things.
scene where people discuss the revelations of your time travel trip that could result in a comfort and support for Deadlock? Make her more likely to be able to assess the situation correctly. Because right now she's very distracted.
Um.
I mean, it could happen on stakeout between Spectre and Deadlock.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
thinking like our first night out. And
You have just
You're gonna-
seen. Okay, I'll set the stage for you.
Okay, well,
You have just seen. You were following Violet's scepter because she's easier. Because he's he's Deadlock, so he's hard to find. Oh, sorry, he's Impact, so he's hard to find. So you tailed her a little bit. You see her walk by a wig shop and go, and then keep walking. But the seed was planted. But yes, she is meeting with some of her contacts, and you think at first it's a typical like supervillain and minion planning session, but really it's all about how expensive college is. Like one of her minions' kids is really, really smart. And the minion only got involved in supercrime to try to earn it, but now they're worried that they're going to get caught and it's going to look bad on their kid's application if their parent is in supervillain jail. So Violet Scepter just hands him a bag full of money. Says, "It's fine, sweetie. Here, just send your kid to school. It'll be cool. I have so much money. That last job was extremely lucrative. But tell him I expect him to get really good grades."
God, it's
So you've just watched that.
Yeah.
We'll say that and then the camera cuts to you guys sitting up on a roof overlooking this alley where your mom has just given a bunch of money to a minion and said, "Don't worry, don't be a minion anymore."
Okay.
maybe if we stop the whole thing from happening where Impact gives up his powers, blah, 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 whatever, maybe they'll just have a whole bunch of kids and you'll have a bunch of brothers and sisters.
I don't like a lot. One's good enough. I mean, yeah, speaking of siblings, your little sister?
Little sister that's not going to exist.
I mean, she could. We don't know how much we change things. Maybe she will exist.
Problem is we don't know what happened in the first place to know what to change. I think a lot of things are just going to get messed up. So there's no real telling.
Well, mm, I think I'm first. I think that it's a lot more likely than you're willing to believe. I think your family's gonna be fine, and maybe, things still happen, but they get out okay and you find them later in the future.
Yeah, maybe. Sure.
Nick's the Ninja Cat is very helpful in this conversation.
Yes.
Well, if you need anything, just let me know. I mean, I know we're not like as close as we were, but you're still my friend.
Hmm.
He like really wants
Ouch.
to hold on to that condition,
Yeah. Like, now I'm feeling guilty.
right?
Cool, great, awesome, good stakeout.
So,
Good
Spectre, are
to
you
work with you
attempting
again.
to comfort and support?
Yeah, I'm trying to use the white lies move,
Okay,
where I tell someone what they want to hear and roll with savior instead of mundane.
sure.
Because like I
And then
don't know
Deathlock's
that they're
like,
gonna be alive.
I'm not going to open up, so there.
Oh, well, that's
There's
actually
no
fantastic.
real question. It was just like, yeah, sure, this is what's going to happen. It's like, okay.
I-
You have no
Like-
way of guaranteeing that.
It's fine.
That's why it's a white lie.
Yeah, I got a 12.
Okay, cool. Well, that will be sufficient if Deadlock opens up and shares what they're thinking.
Oh, jeez.
Like, would you want to find them in the future?
The problem is if I have the family, that could mess things up. If I don't have the family, then it's just,
I mean, we're like fully playing in theoreticals here because there's no guarantee that anything's going to happen or anything. I mean, we've already changed a lot, honestly. We're terrible time travelers. But
I don't think that's really on us. I think that's on the people from the future who refuse to tell us about things that happened in the past, so we have no way of knowing what we're doing or changing and what variables are at play.
and I just thought it was because I fell asleep in history.
For some reason, Fade feels really uncomfortable, called out, and personally attacked all at once and has no clue why.
Faith's not even here and she's taking it personally.
Impact, to be clear. This is Impact's fault for not sharing any of this stuff.
I mean, yeah, but isn't that kind of a thing that like all parents do? Is just not tell their kids things?
Not to this degree. I would say some.
I mean, it's gonna be a
pretty
little more
important.
dramatic because it's like superheroes and stuff. But I mean, a lot of parents lie to their
people
kids.
dying, how you got superpowers, sleeping with criminals. Yeah, secret.
Do you really want to know about all of that?
Yeah.
I mean, like, it's good to know, but like, it's like, I don't know.
I don't care about good to know. I deserve to know. I did everything he asked.
I mean, yeah, but now you don't have to. So
That has nothing to do with it.
all I'm saying is that there are options in the future that you could potentially have. I mean, maybe there's a bit more reconciliation with him. Maybe there's not. Maybe you find your family. Maybe you don't. Like, you have to decide what you want to do with yourself at this point.
If I
'cause-
find my family, I'm gonna be pissed. If it's like I've been with Impact this whole time and he's been hiding my secret family.
I think you give Impact a little more credit than he deserves.
What do
Like,
you mean?
okay, let's just think about what we saw happen when he didn't stay Impact. He wasn't exactly making great decisions that were sound logic or somebody with a rational mindset. I don't think he's as smart as you think he is.
He's smart when it comes to certain things, maybe not business, but
I don't necessarily think he's always been the smartest superhero either. I mean, he's
justify
not.
hiding my family if they actually were alive this whole time.
I mean, unless he's
The
worried that
insanity.
that they're going to get used against you again and wants to make sure that you're prepared for that or something. Like, I mean, I'm sure he had some sort of justification, assuming that he even knew that they were alive, because there's a very high chance that he had no idea. I am like 99.9% sure he had no idea that I existed as his kid.
I don't believe that.
Again,
Slept with
I
Violet Scepter.
think you're giving him too much
He
credit.
knew you existed, and you were the daughter of Violet Scepter, and you had healing powers. That excuse is bullshit. Of I suspected. He's Impact. He's supposed to be a detective. He at least had an idea that it was,
to be.
and then was in denial about it. That's the only way of he refused to confirm it. And that's
I mean, if we're being completely honest, I'm pretty sure my mom probably had more relations than just him, so it's not necessarily a shock that she wound up having a kid. I mean, but there are lots of other heroes that have powers like this. Like, it's not.
He had to have known.
Again,
He can do math.
You thinking that he's a lot smarter than he is.
He knew that. That's
or at least
Impact. That's
less willfully ignorant.
So
than he might have been.
I think the success of the open up portion of the move is dependent upon, and this can be purely internal for Devin, but it sounds like what Spectre is saying is Impact is just a guy, and we have ample evidence of him willfully or not being ignorant, not making great decisions. I will say that there are a couple of flashbacks to Deadlock, in particular one scene behind a Chinese food restaurant where you had a chance to perceive Impact as just a guy who is very capable in some ways, but like super not capable in others. So the question is, in Deadlock, internally at least, do you connect those dots, and do you internalize that maybe Impact is just a dude? For all your desire to blame the world on him, and for all his obvious gifts, that you recognize that he is also a flawed human being.
Oh, I definitely accept that he's flawed.
Well, but in the way this is, I'm framing this as as kids grow up, they realize that their parents, whom they idolized and assumed controlled everything and knew everything, there's a moment where you realize that your parents are just people. And that's a real sense of loss. I mean, even if the way that you translate that idolization is anger and blame, there's still a loss when you give up that image of your parent figure. So the question is Deadlock willing?
He's always seen as like he always does something for a reason. There's something at play.
That's one way of looking at things. Is Deadlock willing to consider that maybe he's also just a dude?
Yeah, I guess that he's, especially after seeing his other self, it's like, okay, a little weird. Not seen that side of him. So everything, all the other mistakes he's made up to this point, for sure.
Yeah. So what does Deadlock say as a result?
Well, regardless if he's just a dude or not, it doesn't excuse.
I mean, no, you should still definitely hold him responsible for lying and not, treating you the way that he should have. But I think that you kind of need to let go of that so that you can move on. Like, I've seen so many different sides of my mother. At first I thought she was this terrible, irredeemable person, and now we're sitting here watching as she's funding a kid's college, and Ringleader had nothing but positive things to say about her. I mean, she's a villain in the eyes of society, yeah, but she's not as bad as I at first thought her to be. And so, I mean,
I mean, still bad, but not as bad.
Yeah, but not as bad as, initially thought. And you viewed Impact as a good dude who was trying to do right by the people in the city, and I think he is, but we're still just people. We make mistakes.
Yeah, sometimes at the expense of those that have been helping you.
Yeah. I mean, look at what happened to Ringleader and my mom. She probably didn't mean for everything that happened to him to happen to him, but it still did. She's still partly to blame, but you can't hold that against her forever.
I mean, I plan on holding it against him forever, but
I mean,
it wasn't part of some
you do you.
grand plan, him making some calculating move.
I mean, no. Gosh, no. With the fallout that happened, you really think that he's like, yes, perfect, let me mastermind my way into lying to my student and then send them to a team that knows the truth about things, and then they'll not want to be my student anymore. Like, what? There's no logic to that.
I think that's a compelling argument. Deadlock internalizes that, it's okay to be of two minds. But I think Deadlock internalizes that. So, because it was a 10 plus, Deadlock may clear a condition, and Spectre, you may add team to the pool or clear a condition.
I will add team because I do not have a condition.
Cool. And then Deadlock clears the other condition. That's fine. All right.
Okay. Now
Cool.
we assess the situation.
Now you may assess the situation with a new perspective.
That's not as good. Superiors +1. Hey, that team you just added to the pool.
Hey.
Sure.
You want to put me up to a 7? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So you're having this conversation, and you've kind of pulled back from the roof line to have this conversation. And you're kind of sitting in silence afterwards and kind of thinking. And then you hear a familiar gruff voice. Violet Scepter, I found you at last. So what you witness is it's a masks off moment. And there's clearly, at least coming from Violet, banter and flirtation. And well, go ahead and give me the roll so I know how much to tell you on the assess. But you don't feel like you need to ask. I'll just calibrate the amount of information you're able to pick up.
Okay. Would you stop it?
Oh no, wait! You already made the roll. It was a 7.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I was wondering how.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Morning brain. Yes. So some of it's hard for you, Deadlock, because you still have it's still, you're trying to view it as, oh, it's all part of a master plan and whatever. But at least part of you is able to see through. The impression you get is that Impact is a lonely guy, right? And he opens up to Violet and talks about, and doesn't she ever get tired? You know, he has all this inherited wealth and he's using it in the way that he thinks is best, but it's like, it's just the same game, different day. And he wants more, and he wonders if she wants more too. And she is a little jokey. But it's clear that there is an attraction between them, and what they aren't talking directly, but they're kind of talking around, imagining a world in which they didn't have these enterprises that demanded their attention, and they could just be free to be normal people. And she encourages it. She, without saying in so many words, is like, basically, if she had some, she's basically like, well, sweetie, you know me. If I had a compelling reason, I'd be willing to give up everything. And he picks up what she's putting down. They're talking about potentially giving it all up so that they can explore this thing between them. It's also apparent that they haven't. There's been a lot of tension and witty repartee and, subtext. But as he is super pig-headed, he's just like, oh, well, that's just fantasy talk. I can't indulge myself. There's too much to do, and then she's like, well, whenever you want to talk, I'm always here. I mean, when you're not chasing me because of a latest crime, and he's like, and then he'll zoom off into the night. So the insight you have is that he's at the moment when he's considering, what if he could have a normal life?
Cool. Wanna go get some hamburgers?
Sure. So basically, I don't understand what changed to where they don't happen now. I don't get it.
I mean, I feel like if I were in that position and suddenly someone got irrevocably injured.
But that
Like, what
happens
would
in
that-
the future that you exist.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I mean, something else must have changed too. But I mean, obviously, I think that's what made him stick to it.
It makes perfect sense because Spectre, you know your mom, and you're less close to it, and you basically, I mean, you're like, it's right there in your head. I'll pose a question to you, and we'll see if what you think. If Impact, in this moment of deciding whether this is what is supposed to be for him, were to be involved in something where he needed support, knowing how alone he feels in his most vulnerable moment, where would he go?
He'd go to Violet.
Yeah, exactly. And if that doesn't happen, and if he were to give up being a superhero and instead become Melon Husk, you know your mom well enough to know that she might feel differently.
Yeah.
Because the thrill would kind of be gone. It's not like she was in love with him ever.
Yeah.
And you know that to be a fact. She thought it was fun and exciting. And once you take the superhero, supervillain tryst out of it, and it's just a wig shop owner and some multi-billionaire tech bro, it stops being as exciting from her perspective.
Yeah.
Not that it matters if the inciting incident doesn't occur.
Yeah, we need to make sure that happens.
What happens?
The fight at the circus.
I mean, I can't just watch an innocent die.
I mean, I don't know, maybe something else happens. Like, the fight at least needs to happen, and we need to see how it goes. I feel like we've meddled too much as it is.
Maybe we could have you be the one that gets hurt, and then you just regenerate, but they think you died. That way we could look like someone died.
Maybe? I don't know, we haven't really been that injured before, but we could try it.
So, Fade, Tully, what are you doing during this montage?
I think that Tilly's been making phone calls, providing searches. You know, everyone comes back and says, "Hey, Tilly, can you look up where this is?
Yeah.
Where's a good place to eat, Tilly? All the restaurants are different, etc., etc." Probably trying to find someone on the list who's good at organizing and being a secretary to help out with that stuff.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Tonya has like her own like hard light secretary desk, like the
Yeah.
headset and
See, I want the
Exactly.
opposite. I want Tilly to have put on an old-fashioned power suit and be using an old-fashioned typewriter because it's like this is like real fun. Like,
Oh yeah. The typewriter. I'm not typing it. It's like, here's a memo, and it's like,
and
hi.
it's just like ping, and it just yeah.
Tully's fully embracing the time period, catching up, updating your conversational subroutines with the appropriate lingo.
Whoa, groovy.
Yeah.
I'm hip with the jive.
Yeah. There you go.
I
love it.
all of that kind of stuff.
Yes.
I was going to have a talk with Fade, probably.
Okay.
I don't know if Fade had any other ideas what's going on.
Yeah, Fate hasn't really been able or capable to do much. If she shows off her powers, they seem to go on the fritz, and
We'll just roll
end up
better.
someplace else. Someone
When we
take
make the
away
dice
his
do better.
veins. It's fine.
I don't have to use veins with you guys.
I assume that
Are you sure at no point Fade has dyed her hair black? Because I really feel an emo vibe from Fade. Like it's very.
It's definitely coming. Like she's
With, like,
right
red
now.
lips.
She's feeling.
not coming. It's definitely already here.
There's gonna be
It's ready to visibly surface. Something is happening. The girl does not have enough cats.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
need to like start
Fairly
matching that vibe.
useless.
we got like 2
but-
weeks. The hair lags at least 2 weeks behind the actual emo levels. So
Yeah,
She's
she's
like everybody else is doing something. I got this image of Fade like just like
Yeah.
no, she's not
for a
so
second
much.
before.
Yeah, she's not so much stepping like back, but she's definitely not feeling helpful, and she's like trying to feel helpful. So naturally, as Tilly is typing things up on hard light, Fate is probably sitting there and just like writing stuff down on actual paper with an actual pen, so that there's a physical hard copy that may not disappear when they poof.
who knows?
Which hard light could possibly
Or
disappear?
it will stay here forever and be a weird anachronistic thing.
Yep. So so we'll leave the special one issue crossover event, emo versus emo, between Fate and Miz. That's coming up later. And we'll leave that part aside, but there's a scene between Tilly and Fate. So what happens?
So I think we're like in the office because I assume Resonance was out bothering an agent or something.
Yeah.
And I've been probably asking Fade to help with some of the phone calls because I can only do like 10 simultaneously. Because
Yeah, Fate's totally, busting out her customer service voice. She would make a great retail worker one day. That could
You work in coffee shop?
whatsoever.
So at some point during a break and all of this, Tilly probably be like, "So, how's the powers been with the chip? Is still offline?"
yes and no. It comes and goes. I can usually tell when it's offline. Like, I am so used to having those the surface thoughts of everyone around me. Not so much you. You were probably the hardest one to get any form of connection with because of your makeup and everything. But with Resonance, with Spectre, with Deadlock and everything, it's easier to hear their surface thoughts when it's off, but it's also easier to just kind of like ignore them because it's just there. It's just kind of like, okay. Think of it like this. When you have one of your internal processors going and it has that noise, it's like that. You can just kind of tune it out. It's there. It exists.
Yes, I've been doing that with my emotional regulators. They've really been asking me to do a lot of different emotions, and I don't really feel like that right now.
Exactly. You can just kind of, shut it down.
Yeah.
But like I don't know what's going on with my powers. We weren't supposed to end up in a vacuum in space. We were supposed to go where we were supposed to go, and I had no control over that. And it's got me kind of rattled. I'm not even going to lie to you. I am extremely rattled. This is me playing onto the afraid condition that I have.
I mean, it's fine when powers do new things. Obviously, change is something that happens to me on a regular basis. There's always new things to learn. And really, you're relearning a power that you had before, and it's being used in a new context.
I don't remember having the ability to teleport. That's a big worry. That's a new thing.
Well,
like
maybe
new.
A cycle between the chip suppression and the new equipment that you were provided, that it sort of created something new. You should embrace this. Also, not just because we'll need to use the power to get out of here once we've got everything set up. And I wouldn't say that you should practice it willy-nilly. I don't want us all to be stuck here.
Tilly, I'm completely afraid to even try and practice it.
Yeah,
I'm afraid, I could go 5 feet, I could go 50 years in either direction. And we're working on a technological impairment as is. Could you imagine what would happen if we ended up back in the 30s? Ish?
Oh, yeah, that'd be, well, I'm sure we could just leave again. Obviously, we left space fairly quickly, so that was helpful. And really, it's probably just a mindset thing. Like, if you're confident...
thing that blinked off of us, what was that? Like,
oh, that was a swarm space probe, a swarm probe. I think it was on the trajectory to crash land in
Oklahoma.
Uh-oh.
Weird coincidence. That is the location that Lytech happened to grab a swarm probe.
Yeah, you seeing the dots starting to connect now is why I don't want to jump us from place to place.
Listen, each of these can be dealt with in turn. We're going to make sure that Spectre exists, and then we'll check on the future to see how it's looking. It will probably be fine. It's important to have confidence in your abilities, and really...
I have no confidence in this ability, Tilly.
Well, you're going to meditate on that, because you're going to have to find some, and I believe in you. I'm going to roll the comfort and support.
Yes, please do.
I use the thermodynamic miracle, where I tell them that their powers make them special and unique. Which is true. And I got a 12.
Ooh.
Does that mean I get rid of my afraid?
Well, you have to open up more, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, she has basically been opening up. She's telling Tilly flat out, you know, she's absolutely terrified to be messing around with the powers. You know, she's that the portal power is technically new. You know, she could probably open up a little bit more about the weird history dreams that she's been having, you know, where she's seeing where she's a part of some sort of experiment or something.
That's the part
and
you need to share.
obviously,
Yeah.
Okay. So
the
you know,
the memory that came back to you of having the ability to travel through time.
okay. So you said that it was you know, something that may have been there. It may have been linked to my past. Well, my past, everybody's future, the one that I came back to change. Was in like some sort of lab, and like everything is very, very hazy. I don't have it's all fragments, like it's always been fragments. I don't have a clear vision of what happens or what happened to me in my own time.
Shame you can't defrag your memory.
That would be an amazing skill to do. I really wish I could be able to just take everything and that's all spread out and just squish it back into one place. But I can also guarantee if that were an ability that humans could have, there would be more migraines. But yeah, there's doctors and people in coats, and it's a lab, and I know that things aren't going the way that they're supposed to go in the future, and I'm sent back. But I'm wondering if maybe they weren't trying to send me back, but to use my power to amplify it. And instead of them sending in other people to fix things, I was the one who was sucked in. Maybe I'm missing in my own future.
Maybe. If it's the same future, yes. They were experimenting on you to use your powers? Could you always travel through time?
Michael?
No.
No. It's just...
At least not to the best of your what you remember is lots of experimentation and technology to amplify some ability you have, and then a rift opening and you being sucked into time.
Okay, so I'm gonna relay that to Tilly, you know, and
Okay.
they're amplifying. Hang on a second, I gotta yell like crazy.
Well, I will consider that opening up. So, Tilly, you may add team to the pool or clear a condition of your own. If you have one.
Clear my condition.
Good. And then Fade may.
No longer afraid, but I'm brave.
Cool.
You're brave. Tilly said, be brave.
Awesome.
It's been a part of you the whole time.
So Deadlock and Spectre return report. Kind of, well, it's your decision. Do you like what's the team going to do next, and what do you share as a result? We'll say that the montage comes to a close with okay, you're all back together. You've all done some stuff. With the work of Tilly and Resonance, there have been the first set of potential performers have arrived. And we'll say that Reggie is like having the time of his life, like directing them all, and he's like super excited. They're a little bit more like, when do I get paid, right? But a few of them are like, oh, this sounds like a really cool idea. So while that's happening, what does the team talk about and decide to do?
We have a bit of a trolley situation here. The decision to make. We know an innocent is going to die. but them not dying could also mean Spectre not existing.
We just need to fake it.
Maybe.
It'll be easy as long as they think the person is dead. It should work.
Theory. You know,
So how are we gonna fake it?
Well, let's see. We have
a bunch of performance supplies.
There's a lot of fake blood in here.
Some fake weapons and stuff.
Okay.
We can likely make any illusion that we need over anything. It's just a matter of making sure that no one touches the body.
Are we planning to do this for Reggie's show? Because
No,
that
we're
could
going to
look-
need this for wherever they have a fight and
Yeah.
someone
We can't
ends up
let
dying.
Impact's ability, because if Impact can get to the hurt person, he has healing powers at this point in time.
So it needs to be something that he can't heal.
Right.
Everyone looks at the robot? Does everyone look at the robot here?
It's either you or me,
Yeah,
Tilly.
definitely going to, side eye Tilly, but like we just had that heart to heart, so she's just kind of like, well, I mean, Tilly would probably be your best option because Tilly?
Yeah. Unless, Spectre, can you stop the healing power from working? I'm worried about you actually getting hurt, though.
It hasn't failed me before, so I'm not super worried
I mean,
about
obviously, it hasn't failed you before. Otherwise, you wouldn't be there.
it.
It only needs to not work once.
Well,
There's also if Spectre is able to stop it temporarily, then
Or we just need to make it look like they got sucked into a grate or something. Something that they can't, there'd be nobody to find.
portal.
No.
Just gonna offer that up there.
How he
It has to be related to them where they feel they've caused it. Like, smashed
Well, I mean-
by a huge crane thing carrying a Connex or something,
well, but we have to make it look like it was them that did it.
Right.
So I mean, we can't necessarily
I mean,
just like drop a body and be like, "Oh no, you shot them."
Do we know?
How they died.
That's another
Yeah,
problem. We don't know the person that actually dies.
I mean, but the important thing is that they think that someone died, so that Impact
And
loses
saving
his
the actual
powers.
person that would have.
And
We need to get the person that we need to the first thing we need to do is find the person that died and intervene, because else they could die.
well, yes. We need to save the person that would die, so I guess we got to follow them until they do a fight where someone might
Question.
die.
Is there anybody on the list of superpowers that their power was, I can make my heartbeat seem like it stops or
No.
something?
It's just-
No,
I
unfortunately.
mean, otherwise,
Play
one of
dead.
us would need to be in disguise and run up to the person and just like loudly say they're dead and awkwardly stand over the body so they can't get to them.
well, I think that they need to see that it's dead.
I mean, we have the fake blood,
Does
and
anyone
then
have a
one
lab
of you
coat
runs
that
over and
could
goes,
be like,
"They're
I'm a doctor, I
dead!"
pronounce that they are dead. There's no healing.
Yeah,
I don't think that's how that works.
that's
Okay.
exactly how it works, I think.
Well, so we just. I don't know, are we just gonna like tag team play bodyguard for civilians to see who's gonna get hurt and then just
Yes,
jump in the way?
yes, unless we knew who the person was.
Yeah.
So
the
as players,
only-
we genuinely don't know who it is.
Well, You genuinely don't have the identity. The only thing that you know was that it was nobody important.
Oh,
Well, it
any
could
of
be
these
Reggie
people at the
because
circus.
Reggie exists later, unless Reggie was the one that died and the thing saved him or something.
I think Deadlock has a weird intuition that it's like, that's nobody important. There's something in your mind. And then you remember Reggie saying that about himself.
Oh, and then he got the power. Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so we just need to stay by Reggie at all times and get ready to save him and implement the plan. Oh God, a dead
But he
body. One of the
survives.
performers.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm about. So it's did the
well,
Fine if it happens.
because if you think about it, somebody gave up their healing powers into a dead body. He probably came back to life.
Okay, well, he'll be all right.
then we have to let Reggie die.
Or either the robot that can maybe disguise it and pretend to be dead, or the person that regenerates and wouldn't need healing in the first place.
I think it's
Jump in the way.
because they would be able to tell you're alive. Spectre is the problem. I think Tilly is probably the best option to look like a normal human.
Give me
And
that
then-
regeneration power.
My question is, Tilly's not going to be able to absorb his.
It doesn't matter if they. I mean, it's fine if he keeps it. Trying to.
It's all
I
how much you
mean-
want to mess up the timeline.
We can mess it up so good.
But I don't want to give it to Reggie
We've
because
already-
that causes issues.
I mean, maybe
Well,
it
no,
won't
he's
now because he's
positive
got
now.
this now. Assuming it doesn't go horribly, horribly wrong.
It better not. Do you know how many hours we put into this?
Tilly's like, I made so many phone calls.
I made a lot of phone calls. We got through the whole list.
Typed on this typewriter so good.
I made a lot of memos. They're very important. I put them on the stabby spike.
Smiley face.
So what's the plan?
I
I mean, you
prefer
can
that
just
to-
hang around and watch Reggie.
I'm admiring Tilly's board that looks a bit like a serial killer's.
Yeah. Of all the
The
people.
first thing I'm doing, I'm like, lots of.
Okay.
Well,
I think it should be Tilly looking like a normal person.
Okay.
That's my vote.
Okay.
okay.
I said that's my vote.
I mean, I'm agreeing with your
I'm
vote.
not the leader.
Oh my god.
I mean, everyone just does what you
It's
say.
about time. Yeah. Weird.
I mean, it's either follow Reggie around and watch him die and make sure it happens, or it's follow Reggie around and then we save him quick and then pretend to do the thing. Do you want him to die?
Oh god, I mean, how badly do we want to continue to mess with the past?
We've already done a lot.
We've already done a lot. We might as well just keep going.
It's
Just
already
keep going. Nothing could go wrong.
from
You're just
someone
gonna be
who
totally
has done
normal.
this stuff. It's already messed up.
I'm aware we just started a whole new circus.
I'm going to throw out the fact that we had no problem watching me get electrocuted,
Yeah.
but
But we knew you
would've
survived.
you know that Reggie survives.
We know Reggie survives and then does something incredibly horrible with the
Well,
whole
but if he
power
has,
stealing
you know,
thing.
like a good outlet instead of
But it's
being a
not like
monster.
the circus is gonna do. Like he's still got the thing that's gonna help him have the positive outlet we've set up.
But with you, there was no way to avoid it. If Tilly just does it,
I don't know.
I mean, this is gonna be difficult to pull off regardless, but you know, at least we have a semblance of a
All
plan.
right. Well, either we save him or we mess up and we don't, and then he dies anyway, or we do save him and then we'll institute the dummy plan.
right?
Either
Cool.
way, we'll just
But
follow
my
him around.
argument is they could maybe tell that you're a robot, and like maybe your disguise isn't going to be
Mm.
as
Yeah.
convincing. And
We
then
just
what
gotta keep them away.
happens? We just mess like that's.
Well, we can't keep him away because the impact means
They
lose
have
his
to.
powers.
They have to.
He doesn't need to
What?
lose his powers.
He-
But then
It
that.
does the body good.
So I needed to gain my powers, but he doesn't need to lose his. Like maybe.
yeah, I think that's kind of
If
integral.
he doesn't lose his powers, then his trajectory in the future might be way different.
That is true.
Might not be a bad thing.
I'm sure.
Or it could be Melon Husk.
So, because I'm bad at doing this,
Maybe
I
he
will-
became Melon Husk without his powers. I'm just
Right.
saying.
I will use Zam's Major Bane. And as you're talking, Violet Scepter walks into the tent
Oh god.
and kind of waggles her fingers over at Reggie. And Reggie's like, oh. And then goes over and talks to her.
We eavesdrop.
Okay. Are you just like walking over there? Or are you
Well,
attempting to
no.
be super sneaky?
Oh, yeah.
We can be sneaky.
Yeah, we can be sneaky.
Fade has enhanced senses. She can hear
Hilder
it.
just has a dish that comes out.
Okay, cool. Both of you unleash your powers.
$11.
Okay.
Water rolls?
Let's see. That was. What is it? Plus freak.
Yeah.
I should like to use a major move to reroll.
Hilder made it, so it's not a big
It's
deal
fine.
if you don't make it. Just take the potential.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We'll say pearls. Major Bane then. Yeah. So take the potential. So you're having a hard time because there's a group of performers between you and Violet Scepter and Reggie. And you're mostly hearing their stuff with Tilly's little pop out parabolic microphone. You're able to hear. It's it's like, oh, sorry Violet, I haven't been around much. It's like, no, Reg, it looks like you're doing great. It's like, well, I know, but I just promised I would like be here. It's like, oh no, it doesn't matter. That my entire criminal enterprise will continue regardless. And then he kind of looks a little crestfallen. It's like, oh no, it's not that. It's important that you're happy and that you do what you want. And I know you've always wanted to like perform, and this looks like a great idea. I'm really excited that you're able to put this together. Let me know if you need anything. I just thought I would come and check on you and let you know, don't worry about it. So she's just like releasing him from any sense of obligation that he has to
She's
her enterprise.
send him away from the crime stuff. Do you think he got in trouble during crime stuff?
Probably.
Probably.
Okay, well, looks like we gotta join a criminal enterprise.
What?
You could just make yourself look like a goon till.
Yeah.
Tilly.
The conclusion that you draw from your successful eavesdropping is that you have changed the past, whatever future, time, sufficiently that the inciting event is no longer going to occur.
Oh god.
Yeah,
So the whole we need
what
to
happened.
follow. You can follow him and protect him from everything for the next however long you want to, but we probably want to do the next 20 years in montage.
New plan. We gotta follow your mom and be goons and then get hurt
What?
to make the incident happen. All right, y'all ready to join a criminal enterprise? Let's go.
Oh god.
Tilly's got the new to-do list. How to be a goon. And she's thrown away. She's stored how to be a teenage rebel in her archives.
Yeah. How to be teenage rebel out. How to be a goon in.
Yeah.
Okay, but how are we gonna
Say-
make this work?
I don't know. I guess we gotta keep staking her out. He's fine,
Or
I guess.
do we like wait? What if instead we convince Reggie that he needs to go out with a bang, so he needs to do one last heist with Violet before he retires?
More plausible.
Residence, he likes you. You should encourage him.
I don't know if I'm okay with this, though, guys. Like, first of all, you beat him up, kidnapped him.
You're the one who said he needs to absorb the power.
Yeah, he'll
Yeah,
be
but that
fine.
was-
Make up your
that was-
mind.
The timeline was the same. Now we're actively making him go into a situation where, like,
I mean, look,
like that situation never happens with Reggie. So why does it have to be Reggie now? If that doesn't happen with Reggie,
That's why I said it should just be Tilly.
yeah, but
He'll
that was
get
when we were
better.
trying to keep everything.
but
the
we
same.
but we
It's not the same now. So
It was never going to be the same because he went back in time into his old body and changed stuff. It was never going to be the same. That's been proven because of the future changes.
Yeah, but not all events change.
yeah, but
The
we need to
important ones
like do
Spectre doesn't
this.
exist. You didn't
Yeah.
get your powers. Tilly, some weird overlord with the steel swarm. Like,
The Deadlight argument is we just accept what the future holds.
What?
and
Wait,
my
wait.
argument is, this is what it is. It was changed anyway, and we don't have enough information to know exactly how to change things. And we're getting hung up on tiny things where we've already changed big
I
stuff.
don't think that's a tiny thing, though. Like you're asking me because I've got influence over that man to actively go and put his life in danger.
Okay, what do
in
you
a
want to do,
different-
Rez? You
in a
tell
different
me.
scenario. I don't know, but I just don't know that that's the option. Like to just go and get that same guy, convince him to go in a big out in a flame of glory, and then possibly get him killed. Like
Okay,
if the
so what do you
timeline has
want to do?
changed,
If you're gonna,
I'd be more
you're
down with
presenting
it,
problems,
like,
not solutions.
I mean, what's your idea then? You haven't come up with anything either.
I this whole time I said we either do him or we do Tilly.
We'll
Yeah,
just have to
but
get
that's
ourselves
the
killed
thing.
instead.
We're doing our
very
best with
simple.
what we got. It's not going to be perfect.
Yeah, I think I agree with Tilly, as in like if we're gonna put somebody's life on the line.
This
if
is
you
what I
wanna-
originally suggested.
Yeah, but that was when it was this. You're not understanding that I was talking about back then. We were trying to keep the timeline the same. Now it's completely changed.
Listen, maybe I have a
Right, but
cool
Reggie would
ability
be as
to-
close to the same as possible. I just don't understand why it's fine. Let's just do Tilly.
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, but we
see
still
about
have to
it.
like get them here to do the thing, so we gotta make sure that Violet's actually gonna like pull off a stunt here and has reason to.
Tilly is still monitoring the conversation, and you hear Violet say, and we'll make sure that we don't run any operations here because we don't want to bring any heat on you.
Yeah.
Because Bane.
We'll
Look,
just have to join her organization. It'll be very easy. We just wander by.
Okay, but they still don't come here, which is where the thing like, look, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of freaking out a little bit because I don't really know how much time we have before, I don't know, maybe I just pop and I'm gone. I don't know. But, like, the way that I see it is that he still lives. Like, yes, he gets very hurt. They think he's dead. That causes problems. But because of the healing factor, he lives and he's fine. And if he has this to go back to after he comes back to life, then, maybe things go good. If he doesn't, maybe he does turn into the fear monster thing. Either way, we defeat him. So, the moral dilemma in the present I don't care. Like, it sucks. I don't want people to get hurt, but I don't want to
Where
disappear.
the operation takes place, as long as someone is mortally wounded and then has to be saved.
Okay,
just
but how
need
much
to
time
abstract.
do we have
That's what
to
we need.
stage something like that?
Well, why
Let's
don't
go play Careless Whisper at their next meeting.
has anybody got any clay?
Spectre is doing this with her hand, and you guys can see through her hand momentarily,
Yeah.
Oh no.
and her voice becomes slightly hollow for a moment, and then you spring back into full reality. So you think the answer to your own question, Spectre, is not long.
Yeah.
Why don't we just follow her?
Because it like needs to start happening now.
That's what I mean. Why don't we just
But she's not doing a heist or anything right now, as far as we can tell. Like we can't. We don't have time to sit and stage that. But screw it. And I'm gonna go walk over to Reggie.
All right, do it.
All right. Reggie, hey, look, so, because, we're, like, from the future, we know things. I saw you talking with Violet there.
I know, she's so nice.
Yeah, but, I think she was trying to, I think she's really going to miss you. And I think that it would be really, really sweet if you would offer to do, like, a final heist with her.
Really?
Go out with a bang, like, show that, like, oh, yeah.
No. She was like super clear. She was like, it's fine. I mean, I get what you're saying.
She's lying.
Well, no, she's pretty straightforward. Don't you think?
I mean, but she wouldn't want to, make you feel guilty and tear you away from this new thing that you've got. But I mean, what's one more time gonna hurt?
You try to provoke him.
Oh, God. Major boom.
Major Bane.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah, it's a
I
three.
can't counteract it. You called it first.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna try it one more time. Yeah, nope. Yeah, it's still 4. Nope.
Okay. He's like, I appreciate that you're, but no, she's fine. It's fine. Yeah. No, we're super focused on this. So yeah, I'm definitely not going to be involved in any more of that stuff. I mean, she can go do her thing, and I even appreciate that she came here to say that she's not going to bring it this direction because she doesn't want to implicate me. I'm out of that life.
Walk over, be like, where's that thing?
What thing?
Was she planning something?
No, she just came to say that she wasn't going to have any stuff around here.
Where does he usually operate?
I don't know, wherever she wants to.
Cool.
Switzerland, the Antarctic.
Those all sound really far away.
Yeah. I mean, she's walking. I mean, who knows where she'll go next? She's pretty amazing like that.
where is Violet right now?
She's like literally just exiting the tent.
Okay.
And the wheels of time move very slowly as she exits the tent to who knows where.
We gotta follow her immediately.
All right. Me and Nix will go
Okay.
follow.
Tilly, can you hard light to be Reggie?
Yeah.
Sure, unleash your powers.
I mean, in theory.
Just
I-
right now it's our best chance. We can't.
I'll
force
use a
him to
major
do it.
boon.
Okay.
So, already kidnapped him.
No, but what are you going to do? You can't like force him to say anything to her.
No, but we already kidnapped him. We could do it again.
Well, no, this is fine. I will do it, and I got a 8, so I will mark a condition,
Okay.
which is I'm a little afraid that this plan is not going to work out.
Right. Okay, so you're gonna go out and what are you gonna do now that
Okay.
you look like Reggie?
Um,
Can I talk to Tilly?
Sure.
yeah.
Okay, I look, Tilly, this is your big moment. Okay, think of all the acting skills that we've talked about all the time. You've now got to go and convince Violet that you are Reggie and that you are not happy with her walking away, and you've somehow got to convince her to fight with you, and we're going to have to make it so it looks like you got hurt. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm Reggie. We got
Yes, you're
this.
ready. That's
All right.
great.
All right.
So as Reggie has gone back and is dealing with the performers, you have
Yeah.
this conversation over in the shadow, and then Tilly slips out of the tent. Is
Yeah.
anyone else following, or is it Tilly out there by herself?
I'm definitely
shadows.
following.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm definitely following, but from like a
Sure.
not too close.
Yeah. Okay. So Tilly, you approach Violet's Centaur.
Violet, wait.
Yeah, Reg?
I
Did you
thought it would
reconsider?
be-
It's really no big deal. I mean, like a couple $100,000 ought to see you over.
Listen, I thought it'd be exciting to just have one last, huzzah at the whole thing before I continue this project. Really just get it out of my system.
Reggie? Oh, I see. No, you don't have to. No, seriously. Okay, look, between you and me, you were never very good at it.
I look sad.
Prove
like,
her wrong.
Besides, you have all this, you have friends now and you have a path. I don't want you to jeopardize that.
I listen to the signal my team is giving me as far as direction.
Resonance has sonic control and can
Yeah.
whisper in a frequency only Tilly can hear. That's easy enough. No roll needed.
Yeah. Give me direction, quick.
Do
I'm like, initiate a fight.
So it's a Cyrano moment. Yeah.
I question, do they have like fire jugglers or something?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna take one of those and light the tent on fire.
Okay. Yes.
Take away what he has to make him go crawling back.
Okay.
I don't hear.
What's happening?
So Spectre lights
Random
the
bit of
tent on
acid.
fire. Cool. Spectre lights the tent on fire. I love it. Love it.
She's gone in full panic.
That's fine. No, this is
desperate.
this is going completely to plan.
Okay.
So Spectre runs and lights the tent on fire. What is Tilly doing? Because Violet's like,
Oh no, my life's work, I say as I run towards the tent because he's probably going to be running out of the tent in just a second.
so you go running towards the tent because I have a ton of that, Major Bane. But you are greeted at the tent by Reggie, who is busy, like he's opened the tent flap and is ushering the performers out. And then, so there's just the two of you backlit by flame looking at each other. And there's Violet
Can
going,
she see
huh?
both of us?
Yeah.
Can I
Okay.
try and make fireworks to try and create a distraction in
Sure.
the sky or something? But they're obviously electrical. They're not real fire.
Sure.
I'm gonna try and do something with the lights to confuse everyone so that they're not looking at the double Reggies in the fiery tent.
Sure.
What do you want me to do?
Unleash your powers.
Oh, God damn it. Oh, fuck's sake. I got 5.
Okay.
Let me see. What's unleashed? Is it freak?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I've got a shit freak.
Oh.
Spectre, I blame you for this thing. Yeah, I got a -1, so it's a 4. Okay, so yeah, that's bad.
Fire, more fire.
I just
Yeah.
set more electrics and the generators.
It
set light.
looks like you are attacking Reggie because I just used another Major Bane.
Nice. Okay.
So
But which one?
who knows, right?
Oh, I'm going to go into the, oh my gosh, it's an imposter. Because that's what you do when you run into a double.
And you
Why
both
would
you
do
both say the
this?
same thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's another me. I'm the real me. No, you're the fake. What? So yes. And then Resonance shoots sparks at both of them.
Can I just ask a player question?
Sure.
That marking potential took me to 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
And then that takes me to 5 out of 5 in advancements
Yeah.
if I choose an advancement.
If you have an
Is that-
advancement that you have in mind, you can take it now. There's no need to wait.
But what doesn't something happen when you get 5
There's
out
no
of 5
limit.
advancements?
The 5 out of 5 means you can take the second level of advancements now. If you
Oh,
want.
got it. Yes.
Yeah.
They're opened up to you
Yeah,
Yeah, but
you get the
after
adult
I take
moves
this
now.
one.
After you
not-
take the 5th one, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was just double checking.
Got
so
it,
that
got
I
it, got
know
it.
For future reference. But you guys, we can carry on
Okay.
in the chaos
Okay.
while I look.
So Violet Scepter sees Reggie come out and say, "Oh no, I wanted to crime with you," and she's like, "No, sweetie, it's fine." And then some shadowy figure lights the tent on fire, and then other Reggie comes out, and now there's two Reggies. They're arguing with each other, and then some other random stranger starts shooting electricity at them.
I'm
just hoping that Impact shows up and like takes out the Reggies. That would be helpful.
Yeah, well, so Violet steps back. She hits something on her wrist. Honey? Yeah, something weird is going on at the circus. I don't know. There's like two Reggies. Yeah, and there's like a fight happening. I'm not sure. It's not me this time, I promise. We should probably do something about this. And then because Tilly can monitor electromagnetic communication, you hear, "I'll be there momentarily."
Oh my god, it's other Reggie. He's coming. He's coming.
okay. You
So,
should probably brought in Poppy Dress.
Oh, I'm curious what Deadlock is doing.
Deadlock is just watching, Nick's perched on her shoulder, just dejected.
Just-
How did all this happen? Look, I'm not the leader.
You see what happens?
It's part of this villainous ploy. I point at Resonance and I'm like,
Cheers! And then at this point, I am actually just screaming at Scepter. What did you do? Why did you do that?
I've gone and grabbed like a thing of lemonade off of a nearby stand, and I'm just like,
All right. Cool.
Is everyone out of the tent? Like,
Yeah.
are people safe? Okay.
Yeah. Everyone, all the performers have run. Reggie is just standing there dumbfounded. He's trying to have a conversation. Are you really me? Am I me? Wait a second. Are there two of us? Or are there none of us? He's having a moment. Existential crisis. So Reggie's
Can I
around. The rest of the
throw-
performers have left.
Can I throw a bucket of water onto the fire, but it's actually a clown bucket and it's just got paper tissue in it, and that just and I'm just like,
Yes. All right. Let's have.
I make myself into
are
another Reggie.
we are surrounded by water, right?
I mean, the city's not going to burn down because you're on effectively an island. Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure that we're around water. And this does not have to go well for Fate at all.
Yeah. I have so many major veins that probably won't.
She wants to attempt to use the telekinesis.
Okay.
You know, the stuff that's been on the fritz to try and put the fire out.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see how that goes.
Okay, what is that? That's going to be Unleash Powers, right?
Yeah.
And that's a freak, which is a -1. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, we're starting off great. It's a 1. and a 2, so a 1
Minor Bane. So it's a 0.
with a 0.
So Fade stands there in front of the burning tent and does like a full fire starter. Nothing happens except that the updraft from the hot air of the fire catches your hair and floats it out, very much like that scene from Firestarter. No superpowers manifest, but from Violet Scepter's perspective, you're clearly some sort of like pyrokinetic that is about to level this entire place. So,
good.
hey, what's that thing that we do when you enter combat together against a powerful foe as a team?
Yeah, that.
Yeah, that
Doing
thing.
it.
So, hey, take us through the questions, someone, or I will. It's up to you.
I got it.
Yeah, go, Mish.
So
Who's the
add
leader?
2 team to the pool.
Yep, that brings you to 3.
Who's the leader?
Not me.
It's a vote.
Definitely not for this.
No one.
You have to have one, just for the
you pick
mechanics.
somebody.
Who's the vote?
But we
It's me, Tilly, because I'm
Tilly.
disguised as Reggie and started
Yeah.
running over to the tent
Okay.
to hide.
Yes,
after...
you did kick the whole thing off, sort of. So
Kinda.
Tilly, do you have influence over everyone?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. Does everyone have the same purpose? In
No,
life?
I think we're all confused.
We're all very confused.
Does anyone mistrust Tilly?
No.
not
Okay.
Tilly.
No?
Are you ill prepared or off balance?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you're down to 2. So you have 2 teams.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine because chaos.
Ill pair off balance. There's a fire.
What
we
have
were
you started?
just trying to convince her. I was trying to get my line.
you just made
and
work.
Suddenly the tent's on fire.
Yeah, Spectre started the fire. Resonance literally
I
threw
can't
gas
get
on
my
the
head.
fire, and then Fade is standing there looking like she's creating it with her mind. So it's fine.
Good luck is the this is
Through my
fine.
head.
Inspector's just sitting there drinking lemonade.
Tilly was just trying to make the event happen that might save Spectre, and then Spectre was just like, fire.
Look, she's
Well-
disappearing.
Yeah.
Maybe some part of her brain
It
disappeared.
kind of
for a
didn't seem like
second,
it was
and
going well, so it was like,
Yeah.
screw it.
Well,
first
I mean-
Give it a chance. Tilly hadn't even.
I don't have time to give it a chance.
So,
So you just set a fire now.
Fire is much faster.
so,
This is good.
Violet Scepter pulls out like a little lipstick, like a little lip gloss. And she looks just kind of like, and there's this very dramatic moment of she's like uplit by fire, and she's just like, she pulls out a compact and kind of looks at herself and kind of does a little touch up, and then puts the lid back on her lip gloss and twists it, and then it into a super high tech bazooka and fires it at Fade, who is looking like the person who's doing all this with her mind. So Fade, please take a powerful blow.
This is the one we want to roll low on, right?
Roll plus
Yeah.
conditions.
I don't have any of those because Tilly fixed that.
Oh, sorry.
Got
When
a
we enter battle as a team, we need to add an extra team to the pool and carry one forward because I'm the leader.
Oh,
Oh,
excellent.
so
So
I
we're
learned
at
how to be
3.
a captain from Deadlock.
Yes.
Got a 6 and then an 11. So am
Ye-
I dead?
And you can carry one forward, which makes it a 10, which doesn't matter. So yes, you may be taken out, or you may choose 2 of the 7 to 9. So you can flee, lose control of yourself, or choose 2 options of lashing out verbally, giving ground, and struggling past the pain marking 2 conditions. I recommend taking 2 of the lower ones. Unless you just want to be blasted to smithereens.
Bye, Fade.
I mean, we could. That could essentially, she could.
You can lose control of your powers in a terrible way. I mean, that's
I mean, look, we saw what happened the last time we did that.
it's a legit choice. It may even be to your advantage. So, but do what you wish.
You know what? being a chaos gremlin, I think she's gonna go ahead and lose control of her power.
Okay.
What could possibly go wrong? You know, to
So
destroy
much.
every relationship possible. It's fine.
So-
It's fine.
So the missile strikes Fade, and time breaks.
Whoops.
There are multiple simultaneous realities. The one where Fade is thrown back, one where it missed. And so you are now all effectively inside a temporal bubble where multiple causalities are in conflict along with you and Violet Scepter. So stuff's about to get weird. Cool. But yes, so Fade has lost control of things.
Again.
New. What's new?
So who would like to do things now? Violet's
I'm
like,
waiting.
that's
Deadlock
new.
is going to realize that Impact's on the way.
Yeah.
Is going to kind of slowly disappear into the shadows to wait for Impact to get here.
Okay.
She has some anger issues. She has to.
Yes. Impact was close. Impact appears.
Great, I ambush him.
The impact jet flies over, and he dives out in a wingsuit and
Great.
pulls up last minute, lands 3-point landing, and
As
sees
he's assessing the situation.
weird timey stuff, and he's looking around to see what's going on. So what happens?
As he's assessing the situation, I'm going to directly engage. Actually, I took an adult move, so maybe I can do wield my powers.
Yes.
Because, yeah, we'll do.
Is that the adult move you took?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So you're going to attempt to wield your powers. Roll plus freak.
Okay, that's pretty good. I don't think my freak is 2. Okay, so then that's an 11.
All right. Which
Wait. Yes. Okay. Just making sure my conditions didn't mess it up.
you choose 2.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have chose this move. I don't really like this move or the options.
Just knock him out.
Right.
Take hold of something vulnerable to me, which would be impact,
Okay.
because I'm ambushing him. Create something useful from my or neutralize an opponent or threat, at least for now.
Okay.
I guess I just want to prove a point.
Okay.
Really.
So you have the
And
benefit. Yeah, you have the benefits of all of his training over the past however long. He has not had that amount of training. I mean, he's still very trained, but you have sparred with this man for most of your life. So you leap into action and fisticuffs begin, and he is unprepared for this teenager who seems to be able to anticipate
I
his
use
every move.
Resonance's powers to give me taser fists.
Yeah. So you are beating the crap out of him, which is awesome.
Tilly is just trying to match Reggie's movements at all times.
Doing a mime routine.
Yeah, like
Okay, fine.
near him. I'm sure at one point we see the Deadlock and Impact fighting, and we both like grab each other, like, "Oh, well, it's scary."
Okay, cool. Right. So that's that's Deadlock and Tilly and Fade. What are Spectre and Resonance doing?
Great. Well, this didn't go how I was hoping it would.
Impact has been
I'm
taken to
yelling
the
at
ground.
Spectre,
He's in a
"What did you
headlock.
think was gonna happen?"
Deadlock is taser punching him over and over and over again.
You say that, Spectre. That's what I'm saying back to you.
But I mean, I was kind of hoping that, like, we just briefly take away what he just got, so that in desperation he'd go to Violet, and then they could do their thing, and then it didn't happen like that. So
Look, the good news
Whoops.
is he has his healing powers, so I'm not going to do any permanent damage.
For now.
So what happens?
What's my mom doing?
She
Once
is
he's impact getting the life beat out of him.
she's full on, like the bemused look on her face drops and she gets very focused.
Okay.
She has
She's
she has
feeling
angry mom
protective right
face.
now. She-
Oh god, I'm about to get grounded. No.
If by grounded you mean put in the ground, maybe.
Yeah, basically. Is she like looking towards Deadlock and Impact?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
for sure now focused on
Um,
Deadlock, who is attacking her.
I will
Friend.
jump in to defend Deadlock
Okay.
and engage my mom.
Right.
This
All right,
is
roll.
great.
Can I just right? So we've got two Reggies fighting, Impasse and Impact.
The two Reggies
fighting.
that are holding on to
Obviously-
each other talking about how scary it is.
Yeah.
Deadlock
Who
is fighting
obviously
Impact.
Deadlock now, but like, yeah. And then Violet and Val are gonna fight each other, and like Val looks remarkably like Violet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, 'cause I'm not in costume.
any
It's just
repercussions
Another
Random
impossible, just a
teenager.
slightly failed one.
whatsoever.
Sweetie, I like your hair. And then she goes to smack you in the head.
Yeah. Okay. I
Roll to defend.
I got a 7.
All right, you expose yourself to danger or escalate the
Yeah.
situation. Cool. Yeah,
Not gonna get
well,
any more escalated.
Wait, can I ask a quick question
Yeah.
for continuity, brain, screaming timelines? We met Violet
yes. In the
in
future.
Deadlock.
Yeah.
Was it in the future?
Yes,
That's
It was an alternate timeline because she had the wake
Okay.
shop.
Yeah.
So when Deadlock was a child, that's currently in our this
Yes.
timeline's future. Okay, cool.
Yes,
Now I'm
yes.
okay. Right.
That's
back to the room.
however many years in the future.
I'm back in the room.
Yeah.
Like 13 years in the future. Cool. So Spectre comes Violet Scepter comes running over to knock Deadlock off of Impact, and Spectre assumes a stance. And then she goes, "Oh, sweetie, I hate to mess up your makeup. It's really fierce." And then she smacks you. She pulls out her scepter, and then she just whacks you full on upside the head.
Yeah.
So take a powerful blow for me if you would.
Okay. I don't have any condition. That's an 8.
Okay.
Um,
Do you give ground? Do you lash out verbally? Do you struggle past the pain?
I'm gonna struggle past the pain because I feel like I'm taking a few conditions here. I'm definitely guilty because this did not go correctly. And
That's perfect.
a little bit hopeless because everything is bad
Yes.
and we're not fixing anything.
Maybe you are. You never know. Time has a way of working out. So so your mom just sends you flying.
This is great. This is fine.
You have been grounded. Cool. And resonance.
Resonance is crying.
This isn't the way it was supposed to happen.
Just saying, I don't know what's happening anymore. And I'm crying and I'm like, maybe my tears will put out the fire. I'm just having a crisis because I don't know what's happening. And then I'm kind of looking every now and again at the Reggies.
We're also
And,
very
yeah.
confused.
One of the Reggies gives you a wink.
Yeah. And then the other one sees that and looks back and forth and then also gives you a wink.
You still have no idea which one is which.
Yeah. He's not even sure.
So that's what's happening right now.
So resonance is literally just standing there freaking out. Cool.
For a few minutes at least, yeah. While
Cool.
this is happening.
Can I do venting frustration?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's when you directly engage a threat while you are angry, which I am.
Yeah.
I can roll plus the label my mentor denies and clear angry, because I feel like this is actually pretty therapeutic.
I mean, this is one way of working through your daddy issues.
Yeah.
Going back in time before he even knew you existed, and then beating
Beating the
up,
crap.
saying, "This is your
Beating him
fault."
up. This is all your
You did this to me, Dad.
Okay, so that's an 8. So I'll just do impress, surprise, or frighten the opposition, I guess.
Okay.
'Cause we'll trade blows. That's fine.
Okay.
So he's not just getting completely.
Yeah.
obliterated.
Otherwise, it's not going to work.
Yeah, he falls back on some training that he hasn't really taught you, and it's not moves that you've seen him use much. Like maybe in one battle where his back was really up against a wall, but it's not any techniques that he's taught you because they're advanced or whatever. So yes, you trade blows. So take a powerful blow, please.
Headlock would probably be great. Something else you kept from me.
Yeah,
He's like,
super
what?
confused.
I got a 5. Oh, but I get to clear angry, so okay.
Yeah.
Do I add anything else?
Just conditions.
Okay, I'm good. So 5.
All right. So you stand strong. So you two are just going.
And because I can absorb his powers, I'll be like, I can do that too, and heal from the blows that he's dealt.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's what it is. He actually lands some blows on you, but they heal up immediately, and he just looks super confused. Violet, get you some help over here. Coming, sweetie. So I think, yeah, her scepter extends and turns into a polearm, and she does like fancy wushu spin over her head behind her back, adapts a stance, and then just begins full on Michelle Yeoh at you. So go ahead and take another powerful blow if you would.
Okay, that one says 7. Yeah.
All right. Do you give ground, create an opportunity, struggle past the pain, or lash out verbally?
I'll give ground because I realize I need them to keep fighting and doing stuff so that something happens with Reggie.
Okay. So she beats you back, and that is enough.
Impact, so
Yeah,
he can
and
get up.
that's enough for him to kind of like struggle up and like, oh god, that kid just wrecked me. But
Fine, he's got healing powers.
yeah, but he'll be back in the fight here in a second. And actually, here in a second is right now. Yes. Yes. Why not? I would like everyone to give me to take a powerful blow.
All right, got another 5.
Shit.
Oh god.
That's a 12.
Hey, twinsies.
Fantastic.
Mine was. Let's see. It's a 4.
I got a 5.
Yeah, 3 and 1, and I don't have any conditions
Okay.
still.
So fate is protected by the temporal bubble. Deadlock, you
It's
pass just fine. And remember to take potential when you succeed
Yeah, I
this
did.
one. Yeah. So deadlock's
okay.
fine.
Yeah.
Tilly and Spectre got 12s. What did Resonance get?
I'm deciding whether I want to do take a powerful blow or never give up, never surrender.
Oh, we don't take it. We don't take the thing. Zoe gets the potential. Yeah.
Yeah. If you succeed, by which I mean
Yeah,
roll
yeah.
under 7.
Yeah.
You take potential, just like any other roll.
So sorry, I just need to look back at take a powerful blow. So on the take a roll conditions marked on a 10+, I got a 6.
Okay.
So
Then
I
you're good.
think I'm just gonna take a powerful blow because for story wise, I think that makes sense anyway because I'm caught off guard because
Yeah,
I'm just crying.
So you weather it just fine as well because you have no conditions, right?
Yes, no conditions.
Cool. So you also take potential. Spectre and Tilly, what happens when you guys? So I didn't describe what's happened. So now that Impact is back in the fight, he looks around to decide who is the greatest threat, and the ongoing kind of causality storm that fate is causing has him effectively split into like 5 different decisions of who is the greatest threat, and he is able to attack, or the impacts are able to attack all of you, and he connects very powerfully with Spectre and Tilly.
Yeah, I think when he comes for us, I probably put the other Reggie behind me
Okay.
because I'm like, what's going on here with that? So that's why I take the hit.
Okay.
And then I think extra pratfall into it. Like, oh no, oh, why are you hitting me? My enemy? Yeah, we're enemies, right? That
Is that an like an energy move for him?
An energy move? What does that mean?
Like, is he like using some sort of energy? Because Fade has.
No.
I mean, yeah, she's protected by the temporal bubble, but she has the
made by your
ability to.
temporal bubble. That's what's
Okay.
causing
Yeah,
it.
you're actually the one enabling him to.
You losing your powers has created 5 impacts.
And all the
keep our
banes that
asses.
I've saved up, that I just spent another one.
Oh, good.
So, well, let's do Spectre first. What did you choose, Spectre?
I think because I'm already overwhelmed and now I'm getting attacked by my parents, so I think I lose control of myself.
Okay.
And I think I just kind of am like, Dad, no!
Okay. That's weird. The good news is that's just a temporal echo of him.
Yeah.
So let's see. Okay, we'll resolve that in a second because you have to lose control of your powers in a terrible way. But yeah, you lose control. So Tilly, so you see one of the impacts coming toward you, and you go to move the other Reggie behind you. The major bane I spent was that he does the same thing.
Oh no.
And he steps directly into the full-on attack.
He's gonna die. He was so easy to knock out before.
He goes flying. Spectre, I mean, you got all of your gear on you, right? So several of the defensive countermeasures in all of your tech go off. So like little mini bombs, little missiles and things like that, kind of all go off. It's like someone threw a lit match at a pile of fireworks. None of it's directed, but it is enough. There's like a lot of flashbangs, a lot of smoke bombs that all just kind of detonate at once. You are flung back. That impact echo dissipates. It's blown to pieces. There's a moment where like all we see in the frame is smoke and glow of fire and the occasional from someone who's gotten a nice lung full of tear gas. What happens?
For the stuff for the powerful blow, I was taking a couple of conditions such as guilty and insecure because Reggie outplayed me.
Yeah.
How dare he? And I think you give ground, your opposition gets an opportunity.
Okay.
But I feel like,
that I think that kind of happened.
Yeah. with the situation there.
The opposition got an opportunity for a clear shot at one of the Reggies and took it. What now?
For the rest of us?
Yeah.
Are we doing the rest of the blows?
You guys succeeded.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you succeeded in avoiding the attack, and you were able to see all of Spectre's techno stuff going off, and you're able to dive for cover, etc. I mean, it's still very smoky, but you don't suffer any immediate harm from it.
So Fade's able to see like all these different like
Fade is
timelines.
effectively taken out, but yes,
Okay.
but yes. Tell us what's going on in Fade's head.
I mean, obviously she's kind of panicking. She's trying to regain control of everything, so she doesn't level the circus because they need that allegedly in the future, but at the same time they also need someone. I mean, Reggie is technically been obliterated. It's fine. No big deal. But Fate is trying to figure out now what she can do to help. And right now she is not feeling confident. She's remembering, Tilly is like, you gotta be brave, you gotta do this, we need your help. All this stuff, and like she's trying to psych herself up to kind of like reel her powers back in. And I think
I'll give you an attempt if you would like.
an attempt for what? To chill my powers?
To unleash your power. To unleash your powers, which is like controlling them.
Deleash powers.
Deleash my powers, yes. And that's a roll for freak, which is not a good one. That's a 6. That's a 6, so that's 12, 11.
Oh, that's quite good. So yes, it stuns you, but you are able to withdraw. So it's like there's this bubble around you all where everything is really like there's like visual and auditory echoes of everything as multiple potential realities exist simultaneously. And you're able to draw that field back to yourself. It is a massive effort, and you are incapable of doing anything else.
Oh, yeah. As soon as that happens, she's just going to kind of like, sit on the ground.
Yeah.
And just
pass out.
zone out.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's catatonic at this point.
Well, that means that the Schrodinger's Reggie that had been both alive and dead is now resolved. What do you do?
Yeah, I'm going to go check on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other Reggie's going to go look at that Reggie over there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go check on Fade.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
All right. It's time for me to leave.
Come back with fire hoses.
What do you do?
Well, all right, so in my head, so he's dead. This is the effect. This is the accidental death caused by apparently one of Impact's actions. So we need to either leave or be defeated so they can deal with that, right? Or point it out.
Yeah, maybe run from the tent saying, "Oh my God, he killed him."
Yeah, that seems. Let's see. Yeah, a disguise is
Okay.
probably fine. Yeah, so I'll just run out. I'll be like, "Oh my gosh, he's dead! He's dead! Impact killed him!" And I'll try to
unleash your powers to switch your disguise in such a way that no one catches it.
exactly. In fact, let me just do the burn while I'm in there checking out.
Okay.
I am so successful because I rolled an 11 and I have 3 conditions.
All right. So you hold 3 burn.
Hold 3 burn, and then I'll overcharge to just take 10 when you unleash your powers.
Yeah, take a 10
So I'll
plus, yeah.
just-
So Tilly charges up and then just immediately leveraging the kind of smoke and doing a quick calculation of all the temporal effects of like seeing doubles of things. You calculate that it could be assumed that the fact that there were 2 Reggies was just part of the whatever temporal stuff that Fate was creating.
Yeah.
And so you morph yourself into just random
Performer,
basic
random
human.
person. Yeah.
Yeah, some NPC. And then
Yeah,
run
not a
forward.
basic human.
Yeah, run forward. And it's like, oh my God, Impact killed this poor innocent bystander.
Yes. Our director's dead. Run out.
Yes. What is everyone
Run
else
away.
doing?
I'm grabbing Fade, and that was weird, but it might have worked. Let's go. Helping her get out. I don't know if she's passed out or just out of it, but
Yeah, she's catatonic.
yeah, getting her.
Yeah, she's like, the lights are on, but nobody's home.
Yep.
That's how she is. So like, you can literally puppet her off the camera. It's fine.
What about Residence Inspector?
I'm probably running over to where Reggie is. The real one. Because it wasn't supposed to happen like this. So I'm just like desperately trying to heal him.
I am going to stop you from doing that.
Yeah.
As I'm running away and see you going to do that, that is not your job.
Ooh.
You need to leave.
So I'm gonna fight you on that. I'm fighting
Oh.
out.
All right.
I'm gonna follow suit and help Tilly
Okay.
because I'm really pissed with Spectre for this whole event. So
Lighting everything on fire.
It wasn't
Yeah.
supposed to happen this way. The fire was
Well,
supposed to solve everything.
yeah, I'm gonna help Tilly. I'm silent, which is unusual for Resonance, but yeah,
Okay.
I'm just gonna follow Tilly.
How shall we let us have let us have everyone roll superior.
So we're just rolling.
Yeah, just roll
And
superior.
then adding superior.
Not everyone. Sorry, Spectre, Tilly, and Resonance.
Mine was
Good, 'cause
really shit. I
gonna
rolled
roll
so
it.
badly today.
I got a 6.
Okay,
I got a 3.
so everyone fails. We'll take the total. So,
I'm not even choosing my next thing.
so you, right? So you, Spectre goes to run over out of instinct. Tilly tries to stop her. Resonance tries to help Tilly, and it all kind of turns into a little bit of a, like, just kind of slap fight in the mist. And it's kind of hard and confusing, like, to understand exactly what's going on. Violet Scepter races over to Impact. Are you okay? That little girl really beat the crap out of you. It's humiliating. He's a little nonplussed. He's still not entirely sure what's happening. I thought I heard someone say someone died. He's kind of wiping the tear gas out of his eyes. What happens?
I'm just like screaming, like somebody has to help him. Like this wasn't supposed to happen. Please, like trying to fight with my friends to like get to him. Oh God, yeah, I'm so good at that. Come on, dice. Oh, it wasn't terrible. Except I think a -4.
You can't have a -. Oh, -2 and then -2.
Yeah, so it's a 5.
We have team and minor boons.
If only someone had healing powers.
Then I'll minor boon the other one to make
Okay.
it a 7.
All right. On a 7 to 9. Add team to the pool. So you get that team back. He will go over. And Violet can tell. Like, he's super duper confused, but something about this person that he doesn't recognize, but part of him feels maybe a kinship. Something about your voice. Maybe the after effects of Fade's temporal bubble cuts through his confusion, and he sees clearly that this nobody hanger on that they probably, probably made fun of in a kind-ish way, is lying there, obviously destroyed. And he goes over and attempts to heal him and can't, because you can't heal the dead. And you see a moment of anguish and frustration on his face. And he, without fully understanding how, he pours the last ounce of his ability into Reggie. There is a momentary purple glow. And Reggie's neck that had been at an odd angle kind of snaps back in place. And his eyes open. Oh, hey, Impact. What's going on? I have a headache. Why is everything on fire? Impact kind of falls over, laying on the ground, kind of fetal position. Violet Scepter rushes over and puts her arms around him. You didn't have to do that. It'll be okay. And then she looks up at you folks. Mad mom face comes back. What do?
Time to leave.
Time to leave. I set up a barrier so she can't get us as we run away.
So you moat?
Yeah, I moat.
So you moat them in. And then you guys run
Book
away.
it. We book it.
Okay, cool. Where to?
I mean, obviously, Impact's Cave.
Sure. It's the last place to look.
Yeah. I would never be able to hide in my
Wait, you
own.
guys don't know where Impact's Cave is?
I mean,
We just took a boat there.
No, well,
Oh, you're talking about the
Oh,
storage
yeah,
shed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Island.
the one
island
you
cave.
know where it is. Okay, cool. So yes, you take advantage of the hue and cry of alarm because there's a fire at the carnival, and the fact that even though Violet Scepter is very much looking for vengeance, she has Impact to worry about. Just the smoke and confusion is enough. That and the hard light shell around them that prevents Violet Scepter from. There's probably, like, she pulls out some flechettes and throws them, and you can see them exploding on the inside of the barrier. And in her frustration, she decides to let you go. That she'll and you probably hear her, "I'll find you if it's the last thing I do." But you're able to get away. So what happens
He's
when
going
you?
to have a weird memory later. in
Yeah.
the future.
Yeah.
Their daughters.
Yeah.
You look familiar. This is...
Well, the good thing is most of that happened under the influence of weird timey-wimey nonsense. So who knows? So yes, you reach the island. What happens?
Everyone here? Are
Fade
you
has
okay,
Fade has
Fade?
more or less recovered.
All right.
Fate is not okay. She's just she's sitting there and she's gonna look at Tilly and she goes, I tried, but that hit really hurt. There was a lot. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
think
make things worse.
I think it worked out to our advantage.
Did it? Because I don't remember much.
Oh, well, he definitely died, and he's definitely come back to life. And I've trapped them in a bubble to make out, so...
So she's gonna look at Val. She goes, "You're gonna stay and exist still? Did we fix things? Kinda, sorta. Can I open a portal so we can go home?"
Yes,
I think so.
but we need to make a pit stop in space first.
Don't tell me we're going after that box.
Yeah, we gotta hit that box back to somewhere near Oklahoma, probably.
Crap, do you know how to locate that box?
Yeah, the
Maybe-
trajectory should have it. If we disappeared just a moment later, if we just go to this specific coordinate, we should be able to bounce it right back.
Okay. Faye's gonna look at Deadlock and go, "I'm gonna need your help."
I was afraid you were going to say that. All right.
She's gonna look at Resonance. She's gonna go, "I'm gonna need your help." She's gonna look at Val and Tilly. "Need your help too. Because I can't do this on my own."
Yeah.
Yes, we're a team. Everyone hold hands.
And now she's gonna low key kind of, once everybody has agreed, she's gonna, okay, I'm gonna draw a little bit of energy from everybody to kind of help all of this
Unleash your powers.
to make it a thing. All right, let's go. Unleash powers. What is that again? I've done
Freak.
this so many times I should know it. Plus freak. All right, we need good. Let's go. Come on, we can do this.
I should pre-shield us also.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah,
That's just the thing that you can do.
Yeah. Let's bring all the oxygen with it this time.
All right, we got a 5. We got a 4.
Plus freak.
That's a 9. So -1 makes it an 8. Gonna
Plus team.
Anyone can
Because we're
spend team.
helping.
Yeah. We could
Spend
spend
team.
2 team.
Amplify.
Everyone's helping. So Deadlock taps into those temporal powers.
And I think Deadlock can more easily access, like, me going, well, here are the coordinates I have and my innate knowledge kind of thing of that.
Yeah.
Easier
Yeah.
to combine with the power.
Yeah, Tilly can calculate exactly the timing and location, and Deadlock can reinforce Fade's powers. So you pop into existence in this impenetrable bubble mere seconds after you had popped out of existence. It's like a pinball game. So the swarm satellite had bounced off one shield. Now it bounces off this shield and is redirected. It was actually going to hit in Mexico originally, but you've now directed it to Oklahoma.
cool. We did it.
And then another rift
we go
in
home.
time opens. And you return to the attic apartment above the Kitty Cat Club.
That portal's going to open up dramatically above the floor. Everybody's just going to fall in.
Yeah,
wow.
as we do.
Everyone lands on their butt except for Nyx,
Who lands on her feet?
who
Because she's a cool cat.
tucks and rolls and then lands in a ninjutsu stance, ready for the next horror that's going to attack.
Probably on my head.
Yeah, exactly. Directly on Devon's head. So what happens?
Check the news feeds. Who's around? Is everything normal? What's changed?
As far as you can tell, you're in the right universe. And as far as you can tell, nothing major. Who's clickety clicking?
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that was Tilly making clicking noises to ground the fact that she's accessing the internet.
Yeah.
Yes. So as far
You
as you
missed
can
that
tell,
typewriter.
this is the world that you would have expected.
Check for the circus.
Yeah, can you search up the secret lair? If that's what he ends up calling it, or
Yeah. We look for a circus.
yeah, just look up him and see what he's up to these days.
So, you find one Reginald Rogers, who is the current chairman and CEO of the Halcyon City Circus.
We should make an appointment to meet him.
I think I want to meet with somebody else first.
So, closing montage. Since Deadlock has an idea, who do we see Deadlock go see?
Oh, Impact.
Okay.
We need to talk.
Okay. So you bypass the security. You notice that he hasn't changed any of the codes. So it's not like you have to try hard, but you do anyway. You bypass the security. We see Deadlock and Nyx ninja crawl through, unnecessarily ninja crawl through air ducts and acrobatically leap through laser eye grids and things like that to drop out of the rafters behind Impact, who you can tell by the cock of his head knows that you're there, but doesn't say anything. What happens?
We need to talk.
He'll just turn around and look at you, mask off. Hi, Devin.
Hi, Devin, me. It's a lot you didn't tell me.
Yeah.
Why?
Would you believe me if I said I thought I was doing the right thing?
I think it would be very stupid if you thought that was the right thing.
Fair point.
Do you still think it was the right thing?
Maybe. Also, what precisely are we talking about? Because I didn't know about Spectre.
Yeah, keep playing that game. Didn't know for sure, but I think we both know you at least had a feeling or knew it was a possibility. You just refused to look into it.
Maybe.
But yeah, you kept your relationship with Violet, why you were so hard on me about not relying on my powers, how you lost yours, and the fact you had them in the first place, how I got my powers.
How you got your powers?
Yeah, your fault. My dad worked for your company. Lab experiment went wrong. Explosion scarred him.
I don't know
Gave
what you're
me
talking
powers.
about. Are you okay?
What do you mean you don't know what it meant? You know who my family is.
Yes, I do.
Right.
But your dad never worked for me.
Then who did he work for? How did I get my powers?
I'm not sure. I've never had employees, so there's no way that your dad could have worked for me. But I know who your dad is. And he did work for a company. And there was an incident. And it maybe was the source of your powers. It altered him at the genetic level.
And my little sister's powers.
Yes. And I made him a promise that I would take care of you. He came to me for help. When they found out what your sister could do,
What, negate powers?
think about it. Think about the one power that in the wrong hands could ruin everything. Everyone wanted a piece of her. And I mean literally a piece. They had to go into hiding. And he didn't want that life for you. So he made me promise. And I was glad to. I was glad to help.
Wait. So you're saying they're in hiding right now?
Yep.
And you just have failed to tell me my family was alive this whole time? And I thought they died because of me?
No one ever told you that they died because of you.
It would make sense. The whole story that I believed is you saved me because people were trying to get to me.
That's true. I just left out
So-
the part that they were also trying to get to your, they were trying to get to you as a way to get to your sister.
How would you not think I would think it was because of me? I don't even remember my sister. I mean, I do now, kind of. It's more of a different sister. It's the same, but it was a different thing.
I think you're probably going to need to start from the beginning. And we'll put a pin in that. What other conversations happen?
I would like to do something that's a bit controversial.
Ooh.
I have taken the playbook mood cold and cruel,
Ooh.
and I've rolled an 11,
Ooh.
and I've got +2 as well, so it's a 13.
Ooh. Okay.
Cold and cruel is basically if you say something to someone that you have like influence over or whatever. Let me read it so you actually know what it is. Where is it? Come on, find it. Find it, Rachel. When you shut someone down, roll superior, +10, you either inflict a condition on them, make them lose influence over you, or take influence over them. Your choice.
Okay. Who are you shutting
So-
down?
Wow.
Mm.
Having come back from coming from the thing, I imagine Deadlock's just gone straight away, I imagine. I have been silent since the thing, and I'm gonna erupt. And it's gonna be aimed at Spectre. So I am just gonna lose it and be like, you! Why did you do that? You put us all in danger. You lost control. You were selfish. You thought you were a villain. You didn't want to be a villain. And that was the most villainous thing I've ever seen in my life. You ran off and tried to convince someone they didn't listen to you. So you set fire to a tent. We were trying to help you. And you didn't care about any of us. And I'm just really mad. It's like, you make me sick. I thought I was part of a team. And you are the most self-involved, self-serving person. Call yourself a hero. I gave up another career, another timeline where I could have just been happy to serve the greater good. And you became your mother. And I just leave. And so I'm going to take influence off of Spectre from myself. I'm not going to give her guilty because she's already got that. But just as a thing, you may have just started the timeline of resonance becoming the thing that Fade wanted to stop in the first place.
God damn it, Val!
I'm gonna guilty
All right. Any other scenes in the montage?
I think after resonance blew up, I just kind of sat there and took it because I already knew things did not go how I wanted them to. I don't necessarily kind of regret it, kind of don't.
Tilly's like, it worked out. I don't understand why she's so angry. The only part of the problem was you trying to go heal the guy who was dead, Spectre. You knew that you shouldn't do that.
Yeah. And so I'm gonna go back home and just go to my mom and just kind of break down and just tell her that I'm sorry.
What for?
Out of character, does anybody else struggle with like holding back tears when we're doing this stuff? Because I know I do. Like watching Rachel's face as she's just like unleashing, and then like you can see the rapid blinking, and then with Tough looked like she was ready to just burst into tears.
And your mom is just like, I'm not quite sure what you're trying to tell me because it sounds very crazy, but it's okay, sweetie. And she'll just talk your heart out.
Yeah, and it just like everything, like we were there, we saw what happened, we caused it to happen, we killed a guy, I don't know what to do, I messed it up again, and just like word vomit of it's all my fault, I did everything wrong, what, like, how do I deal with this?
And then Tilly's just like, and I feel like the end of the scene is just Tilly like,
I thought my problem.
Everything's fine.
I caused it and then we fixed it. There's probably no repercussions, probably.
So we'll have.
I just love the fact that you're like, oh, it's cool. Like it didn't go to plan, but it's cool. You were doing a great job of being Reggie, and she just ruined it. But you're like, oh, it's fine. It works out.
Fine. It worked out. We got the end result we wanted, which was a man to die, sadly.
The problem is you don't have Deadlock there with you to be like, intentions matter. Just because it was fine doesn't mean it always turned out fine.
Yeah.
So
I think I can give Spectre some slack because she was going to not exist, and that probably is a lot of them.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly why I did.
We definitely saw her fade away, and Tilly was thinking like, boy, it'd be weird if I didn't exist. Let's nip that one in the bud.
Yeah. And considering the alternative, if Lytech hadn't spent all that money and time pursuing the alien AI technology, they would have accelerated their other projects, and that would have resulted in Skynet. And it still may. But yeah, so there were some significant world-changing consequences on that front. So yeah, we'll fade to black on the Spectre scene with your mom saying, I'm going to talk to you like you're an adult, because you are. I'm going to tell you some things. And then fade to black. Tilly's like, just going about business. Everything's fine.
Look at all these cats, we're back.
And talk to my mom, just be like, everything's cool, right? We had a day.
Yeah.
A normal conversation. Unlike the last time where I arrived and I started crying because it was very upsetting. The dimensional thing. The mental thing.
Yes.
That's fine.
Yes.
Have you ever seen the memes of the Disney princesses when they cry? Because they're all always like really dramatic. Have you seen them? I feel that that's what Spectre did when she went to see her mum.
Yeah.
Look up Disney princesses throwing themselves down crying or something like that, and I'm sure you'll see they all like it's like
Yeah.
head, like
Yeah.
So,
Fade is obviously feed the cats because that's important. And then after that, she is going to start looking into a way to figure out what happened to her.
yes.
So she wants to talk to what's his name? Where is he at? I know he's important. She's gonna want to talk to Quentin.
Okay.
And see who she needs to talk to about when she arrived, like what was going on when she arrived in this time.
All right. So Fade goes and reports to Quentin Rodriguez, debriefs him on the recent events and the memories that you have recovered of the experiment that was the cause of you being in this timeline. And
Yes.
he will pick up his phone and will say, "Hi, it's Quentin. Yes. Temporal incursion confirmed." And then just kind of looks at you and smiles and closes the phone. And then
What does that mean?
You don't know yet.
What? No! Damn it, Michael.
And they fade to black on that.
No answers for us.
Yes. Tune in next time for the inevitable fallout and the whole team breaking up. Oh, the team didn't break up this time. There's just hard feelings between Resonance and Spectre. So we will resolve that. We will resolve the outcome of the conversation between Deadlock and Impact. The many experiments that Fade is now going to have to undergo. And Tilly just having a good old time.
Went to the circus, probably.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Tilly actually goes
circus.
to the circus. Yeah.
Oh, good. So Fade's gonna be missing. Fun.
They'll let you
Alright.
communicate with your teammates to let them know that you are undergoing some experimental procedures at Aegis and not to worry about you. But yes.
Yeah, Deadlock's gonna pick up what Fade's putting down. See it in SJ's face.
Well, the problem is Deadlock is going to be very focused on this family she just found out is now alive.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
in hiding for very good reasons.
Yeah.
So should you
And
even
then,
know
you
about
extremely
it.
good reason.
Resonance is angry at Spectre. Spectre's having a meltdown until he's just like, I'm going to the circus. So Fade is just gonna be like, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So Tilly,
We were a team for half a second.
so we close the issue on Tilly showing up at Reggie's office. You have confirmed that no one that history does not record the fear monster. Clearly, it happened because it was part of the causal chain that got you to where you are. But neither he took a different path. You are able to engage him in conversation, and he reveals that yes, there was some sort of strange attack. And then he met these wonderful people who believed in him and his vision the way that no one ever had. And who did a lot of work and put him in contact with an agent and trained a bunch of people in acrobatics, and had all kinds of ideas for the performance, and that in fact, with a little bit of rebuilding that Violet Scepter funded, they had their first show and it was a great success. And then he worked his way up the rungs, and eventually, when old Mr. Solomon retired, he took over the reins. And that the circus has been a refuge of sort for people who have unusual but not particularly useful powers, a way to spread joy in Halcyon City and everywhere that they travel. And he will share with you that because he kind of takes a little bit of a, because he's an older guy now, he takes a little bit of a old guy giving advice, mentor sort of.
Yeah, this is for a school project.
Yeah, mentor conversation. Yeah. He's like, yeah, it could have gone the other way, honestly. I was so desperate for attention and validation that I looked for it in some of all the wrong places. I'm still here. But if it hadn't been for those kids who shared my vision and pushed me to make it real, who knows? But I'm really glad for them. So,
me too.
So I think for your paper for school, you can write that everyone has an opportunity to make a difference. And you don't know if the person that you're helping out is just a person or someone who could become a supervillain. So sometimes I think the best way to prevent people with powers from turning to crime and bitterness is just to be kind to each other. That's what I try to do.
Excellent notes.
Cool. And with that, much like my camera, we fade to black. On the
fade to black IRL.
Yes, well, the sun is streaming in, and I think my windows made it get hot. So yeah, well, thanks everyone. You changed the future in a good way. And you didn't...
Did we, though?
Yeah, you did.
Motion to resonance.
This guy has
Did we, though?
Yeah, you changed the future. You made it so that someone was able to do good with their life. You number one, you gave him a second chance in the first place, and then you made sure that second chance paid off. And he's done a lot of good in his life for a lot of people who were struggling with being superpowered but not fitting into the typical superhero mold, and who could have who knows how many potential supervillains his guidance has prevented. The world is a better place as a result of your actions. And you guys feel like crap, which is perfect.
I feel great.
Right.
This went really well.
Yes, so plenty of trauma and angst, but a win nonetheless. Hey, let's go around and let everyone know who you are and where you can see next. And
don't forget your
and in the
session
please.
Yep.
So wherever we started with last time, start with the other person. I think so. That means I think it's Spectre.
All right. Hi, I am 90 Top Over Top for or some other variety of nickname. I'm also a variety streamer on Twitch. You can catch me here on the next time we do Fate Brigade, and I can't remember which date that is, but it's time.
Definitely Thursday.
It's Thursday. I remembered that. It's in my calendar. That's all that matters. I started using one of those because I kept overlapping all of my things because there's so many. Okay, I've been playing Spectre. Man, I wonder how she's feeling at the end of the... I think maybe, just maybe, she's probably grown away from the team after getting chewed out by residents, which was well deserved. This is kind of her self-isolating as well because she feels bad that things did not work out well. And
oh man, are you gonna destroy the present you got for resonance from your trip because you only gave me a present yet?
Oh my gosh, no.
You're like,
I was looking at it and I'm like, do I give it to her? Do I not? I don't know what to do anymore. And then since I'm gonna take influence away from resonance. And that's me. Go Tilly.
All right. I am Misha _ less than 3 on Twitch or at Misha Wea on Twitter or Tumblr. You can also look at our fan art that we've been drawn in the fan art channel on the Discord or cpluscomics.tumblr.com. We've been reposting stuff there. So that's exciting stuff. I'll be running Fate Brigade. Excuse me. This Thursday and then Sunday quickly then. So you'll see me there. Sorry. Too much talking, question mark? Or screaming? End of session. I think Tilly grew closer to the team. She's doing leader stuff. She's helping out with plans. She's making decisions. It's great. It all worked out. We're all back in the time. It's pretty much the same. This was a successful mission. Sure, there's a little fallout here, but they'll get over it. They keep doing this all the time. I don't think it will have any permanent repercussions. So I'll probably say that I grew closer to Fade because we had a good heart-to-heart during our secretary time. So I give influence to that character.
Yeah, I already have it.
That means you get to change one of my labels. Oh,
Okay.
side note, sorry. Since you opened up to me when I did that move, my freak actually did increase by 1 and my mundane went down. Because apparently that's a side effect of doing it, saying powers are cool.
Yes.
But you get to change my labels at this point, so go ahead.
We are going to move your danger down and your mundane up.
I'm so dangerous, I swear. She says, being Reggie, being like, oh no, it's so scary.
Trying to be the bad cop. You're going to tell us everything.
Please. What's your name first? You want some tea? Coffee? I love snacks. I'm going to remove the insecure condition from this as well. Because
Cool.
I think it went great.
Yeah.
All right.
Reggie.
Hi, I'm Rachel H. I don't know when you'll next see me, but you can give me a follow or join my Discord, and then hopefully if I ever do go live again, you'll know about it. That'd be cool. I had a player question because I just realized obviously I'm going to take influence away from Spectre, but I've already done that. So can I give Spectre insecure instead from the cold and cruel? Because
sure.
obviously I said some pretty mean things to her.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let me click. Oh, okay, you did it. Cool. So obviously, yeah, away from the team, and because of Spectre, because it was the fact that nothing was discussed. That was more than anything. It was nothing was discussed. Everything was in haste. Everyone was saying different things and not agreeing with each other and yelling at each other. And yeah, and then Spectre just went off and tried to convince someone that didn't work. So she set fire to the thing, and then Fade got hurt, and Deadlock was fighting people, and Tilly was in an embrace with somebody that looked just like them. It's just too confusing. So yeah, that's yeah, Resonance is not feeling great right now. Is very angry, the angriest she has ever felt.
Maybe your mom can help you with that.
I doubt it. Right now, I'm literally static electricity. Like I'm imagining my hair's like, and I'm just buzzing. You know, like when I walk past streetlights, it's like.
Yeah. So definitely a supervillain origin story. Cool.
Currently.
Cool.
House home run.
Oh yeah. Oh, I also had a question. I couldn't remember it before we quickly move on to Zodi. Is one of the thing I picked was somebody doesn't have influence me ever again. They can't get it back. I think it was Fade from the very first episode. From
yeah, I think so.
No, we made it your
You
mom.
changed it.
Oh, yeah,
We
you changed it
You changed it to your mom.
Did I?
Yeah, because you chose to
Yeah.
give her influence again.
Yeah, because the mechanical consequence of
Okay,
taking
cool.
it away from PCs is
That's
It
just
was originally Deadlock. and then you
I
changed
knew
it to your
I
mom.
knew it was one of you, and I couldn't remember if it was you because you kept trying to be the leader, and I was like, "Chill your boots,"
Yeah.
Or Fade because Fade kept like basically judging me the whole time.
We
Okay,
we,
cool.
we moved it. We moved it to your mom.
That's what I was just trying to remember. You know, when you're like, "Oh, I can't," it's in case like somebody said I'm taking influence over
Yeah.
me, and yeah. Okay, thank you, Zodi.
Hi, I'm the original Zodi. I play the unstable Fade. And honestly, she grew closer to the team because of Tilly. And you know, and pulling everybody in at that last moment, despite all of them being upset or emotionally damaged, fearful of being faded out of existence. But yeah, you know, Tilly was gave her that boost of confidence where, you know, she was able to actually ask for help. And not just be like, you know, hey, I need your help because of this. It was because, yeah, she needed their help, but she really needed their help as a team to pull off what they needed to do. So she grew closer to the team. I don't have any conditions, but Tilly is going to go ahead and get the influence
All right.
for Fade.
All right. Awesome.
I think you can mark a potential if you don't clear a
Yeah.
condition.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Lots of potential this session. SJ.
Well, I'm SJ or SJ underscore sidekick. I do not stream, but I'm on here a lot. We have Fate Brigade on Thursday, then Sunday, then we take a Thursday off, and then we start up Team Magic Academy again, which I DM, I narrate whatever it is in that one. I would say Deadlock grew more into image of herself because now she realizes she actually has a family that's alive. They didn't die because of her or anything. She also realized she can kick Impact's ass, so that might come back later. How next session starts.
You all become supervillains. That's fine.
No, I just, you know, well, if he's not going to tell me where they are, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I guess I have to shift my label. You know, I'm feeling superior after that. So
Yeah.
I'll do...
Maybe more superior, less of a freak.
Sure. Yeah, because I didn't kill my family.
Yeah.
There we go.
Awesome. Cool. And I'm 00 Daylight. I have been your narrator. You know from the other folks the next stuff that you will see me at. Yeah, and thanks everyone for playing and for just unleashing nothing but total chaos. I blame you all. I take zero responsibility for anything that happened because it's all about you guys. So yes, if you would go ahead and drop those raid calls in, as I can see someone already has. Thank you very much. You know who we're gonna go see? We're gonna go see James because we never get a chance to raid James. And it looks like he is actually up and running. So I'm going to kick that in. Yeah, awesome. Cool. So as the raid queue loads, thanks again, everyone, for coming and playing and joining and watching later on YouTube. And we will see you again very soon for some more masks with angsty teenagers. So basically, it's the same thing, just different settings. So that'll be awesome. Cool. Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.